So today is Hasan versus Ethan Day. We finally get the debate that I didn't think was going to happen, but who knows? Maybe it still won't happen. It seems to be starting up right now. It hasn't officially started, but we're going to kind of check it out real quick. Okay, he's doing a plug for Teddy Fresh. Hasan seems to be doing whatever. Maybe he's getting ready. But let's just check in right now. This is going to be well, it's not gonna be my first ever live react, but usually I try to wait for whenever the shit happens. Like, the Sam Cedar Ethan Klein debate, I'll be reacting to later, which will probably be a little bit different with this one in retrospect. But we'll just have to wait for that. But this one we're just gonna do live. I don't know. Maybe I'll try not to mute. Or trying not to like talk over that much, but at the same time, it's a react. This is gonna go up on YouTube. I feel like I definitely need to get my input here and there, but I'm gonna try my best to let this debate play out.
I also have to pee real quick.
Oh, son of a bitch!
You'll be unclippable without it.
All right, he's gotta go pee.
No, I'm gonna show.
He's doing a Teddy Fresh ad. So here are some predictions that I have going into this. One of them is I think Ethan's going to try to blame Hasan for the CPS call and like the skulls and stuff like that. I think he's going to blame him. I think that's the very obvious one. I think it's going to be a lot of clip reacts in a way of like Ethan's going to be like, hey, can you specify this for me? Because it sounds anti-Semitic. You know, stuff like that. On Hasan's side, I think he's mostly going to try to stick to, you know, what's actually going on in Israel Palestine and instead of focusing on the beef. Even though he might bring it up here and there, obviously, because there's friends of his who was impacted by this who got banned because of Ethan's actions. But for the most part, I think he might try to stay to that. I think Destiny is definitely going to come up here at some point. Right now I'm a little iffy on if he's gonna try to Sam Cedar Hasan of being like, oh, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare, that sort of thing with Steven Crowder. I don't know if he's gonna pull that. But overall I feel like this is gonna be a bit of a curb stomp, but I don't know. It really just depends on how Hasan portrays himself in this debate. Really, I don't think Ethan stands a chance on coming out looking good, except for his, a rabid fan base. But outside of that, I'm a little iffy right now. I'm a little iffy to see how this plays out. They fucking brought back the intro for leftovers for this thing. That was pretty sweet. This just hit me with like the biggest nostalgia blast when I first saw it. I was like, oh my god. Bringing back memories of the good times that are no longer here because one person decided to have a fucking big old crash out. Alright, so I guess we're...
Twitch your show how you like.
Well, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and
okay, I guess we're getting started.
Not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cup, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started,
oh my god, he's bringing this up already.
Can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible, but yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay,
and of course,
good.
We'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Of course, absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so
I'm
let's...
also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on 1 second.
Go ahead. No worries. No worries.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay, I think what he's trying to do here...
You're fine with that?
is just trying to like set the definitions in a way of like probably like Zionism, so that Ethan can't like try to conflate Zionism with, you know, being like anti-Semitism or something like that, like anti-Zionism.
Is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir, how was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do the.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine. Did you not? I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
What was happening? I can't.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly.
Jesus Christ.
You were absent from every other shot.
Wait,
I think you
just look at this conflation. He's just talking about drama shit. Just being like, oh, the content cop, you didn't want to be associated, but you showed up in the video anyway, so that doesn't make sense. And then you have this guy being like, no, let's actually talk about Zionism.
I mean,
you're one of your most famous sketches, you in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done, done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe
that?
What?
The fuck?
The likes were botted on the content cop? I don't know. I have
the dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted, and it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well, I'm asking.
I don't care, but I don't know why this is a major point.
You did say it.
All right, so you asked that question.
No.
Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your.
He's a little child being like, oh, the video got disliked, and you don't like that.
Answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him thoroughly.
Just,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
Oh my God.
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me, what my opinion is on
the video
content cop.
Correct. That's
about
correct.
The CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay. I mean, I think it was more so about. Like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also harassing.
Right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call CPS.
No. That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hasan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
Jesus Christ.
Dude,
go ahead.
Listen to me.
Go ahead.
Listen.
How are you even supposed to have a productive conversation with this man when he won't even talk about like serious shit? He just wants to, shit sling.
Privately about this.
About videos. About YouTube videos.
You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever. Yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan. Please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
Also
Go ahead.
That Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on. and let
Wow,
me
I have-
try
wow,
to explain
God
my
forbid.
position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before
been a while.
before we, stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I
because
know
am
you're
victim
against
to the same
CPS.
exact things
That's
that
not
happened to
even
you in this
interesting.
regard. I would never in a million years advocate for
Okay,
that sort
ask
of
me a
thing,
question.
and don't think it's appropriate. And I don't know
Very
why
good. Ask
you
me a
think
question.
that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me. I didn't
Okay,
make
sure.
any
Ask me a
editorial-
question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's
try-
content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking...
And he gave you an answer, so why are you still
Go ahead, ask
fucking
me a
going on
question.
on this?
I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have
I don't
been
know
all
why
right?
this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had
Yeah.
said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking
I
about.
know
Go ahead,
that
ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character is
Hasan,
is
ask me a
so
question,
far
I'm gonna move
removed
on to
from
the
you
next topic
asking
here.
me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So
He's just constantly running away.
that Israel is.
He doesn't know how to deal with this, so he's just like, no, I'm gonna run.
Okay, great.
I don't want to answer
So
these.
you agree with the
You're boring.
with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian
Sure.
advocates
Well,
that you feel
I
like
don't know
you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping
Yeah,
on.
no
Do I-
shit.
do
But
I
your
think my
criticism is
coverage-
dog
I
shit.
don't think that that's the case.
Okay, do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply
No,
that.
not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that
Bullshit.
rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have talked
Hasan, I'm
about,
answering your
every
question.
time you've talked about Israel Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you
personal-
why. Do you want to
personal
let me answer?
vendettas that you have experienced from
I
pro-Palestinian
was going to
content
explain
creators.
that. Okay, would you like me to? You asked me a question, so
Yeah.
I'm going to answer it.
Go ahead.
The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika.
Oh my
hilt.
god.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is
Yeah,
it not?
It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already. That has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I have also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward on your podcast.
Yeah, of course
already.
you're conceding that because we fished this up, but yeah.
No, God, Jesus Christ.
That grabbed it, and I said,
He so desperately wants to be in control of this conversation.
yeah, exactly.
I still,
Do you think? Do you?
Yeah.
Do you think that
so
I- do you think
anyway,
that I
my
actually
point
think
is,
it's
Hasan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why
I'm gonna-
was the choice
Ethan,
made
I'm
for this
gonna-
sword?
I'm going to gently explain this to you again.
Yeah, just
You
treat him
won't
like a
find the
baby.
swastika, but regardless, regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even. Was I?
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
Let him talk.
Okay, well,
I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
you have
that
10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. Right?
This is true.
So you made a video. You participated in a video.
Oh my God.
Accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hasan. No. Stop.
Can I just say?
You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem, or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Yes.
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep
breath. I don't need you to console
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to
Well, you
answer
should try
something.
listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking.
Do you want to be the pot or the kettle?
Deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have.
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So you... Oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
The other ones are heavy, Ethan.
Let me paint a scenario.
Around.
Let me paint, Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
Because you are. Because an entire video that's criticizing the way that you have operated justifiably for years, well, for the last year, means a lot more and probably says a lot than you just noticing a symbol that doesn't even have the context that you think it does. Like, yes, it's swastika shaped, but it's the original symbol that the Nazis fucking butchered. That means a whole different context in another society. Just because he recognizes that it looks swastika shaped and they just so happen to put it in a picture doesn't mean much. It just means you're seeing patterns that aren't there, which is very common with schizophrenic people.
I don't think, right?
I know, it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a...
Ethan literally did the Nazi salute, too. I just saw that from, like, a chatter who mentioned it in Hasan's chat. Ethan Klein did the Nazi salute twice.
Are you unable to...
Recently, too. Not in this past. Twice, recently, after the Elon shit.
Do for a living? Do you think that IDUB should have removed...
It's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not...
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Ethan, can we? Okay, you got me. All right, I don't know what to tell you. Listen.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating.
Jesus Christ!
You got me. Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay,
again,
laugh about it.
It's
Go
not
on.
a swastika. And I don't even
then
think
why should
you
leave
have
it up?
that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, so that means it's okay.
Is anyone in that room Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon
So do
Musk
you.
trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Do you think the N-word is an apt comparison to a swastika?
being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack. You
And
understand
who are
that,
you
right?
to say that
That's
to
the
me?
point
You
of
pose with
contention
the
here.
swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you
You
know
did
it's
a
not
sick
swastika.
Heil.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not. Is it?
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe
Do you
you.
think this is a productive
Jesus
use of our
Christ.
time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol
but
and
it's
the
not.
It is.
okay, right.
Well, it's not.
The difference between the Hindu
What you
symbol.
draw
And
That's what I was trying to say. It's literally not.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I
right,
depicted a
it's cool.
swastika,
No,
a
I'm
tasteless
just-
joke
I'm
on
just making sure. Okay, so
on
you can-
Idub's shirt 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact
Mm-hmm. No,
that you
I
can't
I
even
jokingly
concede that
referred
looks
to it
bad.
as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up. If
so
I
let me-
genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I
Oh
know
my
you
god, so
know
now
it's
you
not
know it's not a swastika.
It
You were
is
literally saying
literally a
earlier it
swastika
was.
also, because the difference between a
Like,
swastika and a
like
Hindu
2
symbol is
minutes
this.
ago.
You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika
Wait,
sign?
so you know it? So you know
fuck
it's not a
no,
swastika.
they know
but you
that
keep
looks
calling
like
it
a swastika.
sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you
So to
Hindu?
Ethan, it's a swastika, but it's also not a swastika when he doesn't want it to be. It's a swastika when Hasan has it, but it's not a swastika when Hasan doesn't.
We're
So-
discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you
The symbol
picked
itself is
cosmic
still not a
fluke.
swastika, you dumbass.
10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. Again, I'm speculating
and,
on the
he lifted
decision
up.
making of a person.
If it was a mistake,
Again,
he
all
could-
this stuff, like this stuff right here, is just stuff that he could confront iDubbbz about. What does this have to do with Hasan outside of the fact that they recorded this in his house?
on in his
I'm not
mind.
accusing you of being Idubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because
No,
you're
because
not
I already
Idubbbz.
made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on
Yes.
Well, because you called me crazy, that means you're doing anti-Semitism?
You
a
think
problem
if
telling
you could go back,
you're being crazy right
if-
now. You being
if-
Jewish has nothing to do with this.
sure. I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really
I
shows where
genuinely-
you're at
I
on this.
don't
Go ahead and ask
care.
me a question.
Okay.
You don't understand, because you had a disagreement with a black person one time, that makes you a racist.
That Israel is committing a genocide. What are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Just killing civilians. That's
as
the
you have
boundary.
as you have
Wait, so you don't have a problem with anything else?
appropriate,
Killing
and time and time again
civilians.
has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great.
I think he's mostly talking about,
Is that
Perfect.
unreasonable?
you know, like
That's all
protests and
perfectly
shit like that. What do you find condemnable?
Right, good.
Totally
So then we
agree
don't
with you on that.
disagree.
Great. Okay.
Great. So let me
So,
ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this
wait,
Tabra
hold on.
tier
I have a-
list.
all right,
Oh
can
my
I-
God.
can I finish?
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could
Okay.
you could go on a little bit more.
Again, he's trying to bring up serious shit, and Ethan is just like, what about this like niche internet thing? Talk about this.
So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio,
It's fine. Take your
my
time.
audio
to get the
keeps
audio
going up and down. Okay. So, one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
What's happening right now?
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it is.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Can I just?
Hassan,
Jesus Christ.
I want the audience to see this video.
Because I know Norm's positions.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan. Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
Jesus
I
Christ.
can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
Is that so? That's what we're having.
But I have a disagreement
So
with
it's
him on that,
nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back.
Slogan
Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah. I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on after this as
video
well.
can play, please.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river,
Son's gonna hit me with the Cherry Act.
He's just getting a drink, you dumbass.
will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being
Jesus
free.
Christ.
That's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea,
My goat.
one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And I've encountered
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good.
Norm has
You're
also
laughing at
routinely
Norm.
talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans that are...
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy.
Yeah, because there's context to what you're saying, you dumbass.
On that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed it?
It is exterminationist.
When have I opposed it?
That's what people think. If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please.
No, he's not.
With him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No, that's great.
Actually,
You said
even
it was
more.
anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember?
Yes, you did. You did it during their first conversation.
Agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
Yes.
I believe in our conversation you said
no, it didn't happen. You're lying.
Yes, you did.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm does not believe it's an anti-Semitic slogan.
Very good. I'll ask him about it. Now,
Are
let me
you
ask you about
actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful. I think that
yes,
would be
I'm going to talk to
productive.
Norm. We'll have a great conversation about From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask a question?
No.
Okay,
It's my
go
turn.
ahead.
You spoke, and now it's my turn.
You go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that.
You already,
Hasan,
you already.
is it my turn to ask a
recognize
question
that
or
there's
what?
a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can
If-
care about two
don't
things,
you
Hasan.
think-
It's very
don't you
important to
think that
acknowledge
your-
that.
Don't you think that
I can care
your
about two things, my
incredibly
friend.
narrow framework surrounding
No,
your
you
own
are hyper
personal
focused on
feelings-
one, and you seemingly care about the other. You don't actually talk about it. He doesn't talk about Israel Palestine at all. He only talks about Hassan and what other pro-Palestinian content creators have to say. He doesn't give a fuck about the issue, just gives a fuck about their framing of it. That's it. He does not give a fuck about this issue in a pro-Palestinian way, and he needs to stop acting like it. You only care about the internet drama. That's why the only stuff that you have brought up so far is the sword, the content cop, and now the Sabra tier list. Go fucking... I can't say it. I can't say it. I was about to reach there. I can't say it. But I don't... this shit just boils my blood. You do not care. You do not give a single shit of what is actually going on in Israel-Palestine. All you care is shit stirring with Hassan. That's it, because you're an internet troll.
Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my god.
Go ahead.
He's still...
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
Because you're a lunatic.
And yeah, it's not
It's
even
insane.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic. It's like
Very good.
identical to
Let
the
me ask you
cracker
a
band that
question.
Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail
Yes, that's what I said.
for what?
This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan.
What?
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Because Ben Shapiro sucks?
I'm gonna walk
Whoa,
you
answer
through
the
this again.
question. What you're
I'm
dodging.
not iDubbbz, and I'm not
Oh,
Frogan.
but you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I
don't.
do.
Like, this is
I
so-
think it's
this
great
is-
you don't care.
Probably because
Why
Ben
is
Shapiro sucks and so do you.
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive.
Probably because he's
fucking-
Jewish?
What? Because it's
Because it's
he's
the
Jewish?
most prominent Jewish
Do you
creators on
think
YouTube?
Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot. To
By the
process.
way,
Yeah, I know, man.
By the way,
It's-
Ethan Klein has publicly said, and it even got him, I believe it got him suspended or banned off YouTube for a time being, that if the Holocaust was to happen again, Ben Shapiro would be the first one killed. He said that openly on his podcast back during Leftovers, and even Hasan said he shouldn't have said that. So... Just bringing in some context here on Ben Shapiro and Ethan Klein. Apparently now he doesn't see a problem. He doesn't understand why Ben Shapiro would be disliked heavily.
YouTube? That's a coincidence just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are two cosmic
Ethan,
coincidences, eh? Hassan, they're really stacking up.
the tier list that you're talking about. Let's first of all, the tier list that we're talking about.
And maybe there's more to the... maybe the video that the thumbnail is attached to doesn't actually have any anti-Semitic dog whistles, and you're just trying to find this one little problem where this female creator basically said, here's two content creators that I don't like and they would be in F tier, and it just so happens that they're both Jewish.
List here where Sabra hummus.
This is Frogan's tier list. This is
the
her-
lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben
And the
Shapiro.
highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call Ben
I'm
Shapiro.
not determining what
ironically
they
enough.
can
Is that
do,
what's
but
going
this
on?
is this is
I mean, that's literally what you've been trying to do.
bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy
Ethan,
and
can
did
you
everything,
tell me-
but that's
wait,
not
so
true.
You get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants.
Also,
I'm
he
not
can, but
criticizing.
you're
By
gonna-
the way,
you're
I'm
gonna
not.
call him a
You think
token
that my
Jew for that.
criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Isn't that who owns that?
I don't
Oh my
know. It's not
God.
on the BDS, national BDS
Are you
list.
sure?
Yes,
We'll double
I'm
check.
100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that.
You
It's not about Sabra hummus, and like, let's not
Again,
let's
get
not
into
be a-
fucking semantics. Now he's criticizing the drink that he has.
you consistently talk about
It's like,
how
what are you drinking? You following
Diet Coke or whatever.
BPS or whatever?
When that fan came up to me and said, "Stop drinking Diet Coke," it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes,
And
it was.
ever since it has
You're
been
lying.
on that official BDS list, I
You're
have
lying.
not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
what was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke, even though I love
You
Diet
said
Coke.
you know what's funny? You told
Because
her.
it's like not.
You
that
remember what you told her,
significant.
son? You remember? Yeah. you remember you told her,
Oh
you said,
God,
"I'll
who
just wear it in
cares?
the
Who gives a
car."
shit?
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay.
And then
It's
it
not
did,
about
and he
Sabra
stopped.
hummus, just so
Jesus
you know.
Christ.
Let's not
Wait,
be
what is it
silly
about?
about this. It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS
Yeah, it's
list.
dark,
Everybody
it's
knows the
terrible.
connotations of Sabra hummus,
it's
right?
so doo-doo.
Nobody.
It is
yeah,
doo-doo
I don't like
hummus.
Sabra hummus either.
Do
But we're
we-
not
do-
talking about
okay,
hummus. What
okay,
I don't
great.
like is
So you-
anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro on the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence.
Because he sucks, and
let's
you
move
do
on.
too.
Very good.
Ethan,
Go ahead.
I
Next
don't-
question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know.
and I
Fucking
don't know
schizo.
why.
No, how can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also, there
can
is
say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both Jewish
Ben
and
Shapiro and
non-Jewish,
me
are
are in the
on the
F tier.
Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about.
Who gives a fuck about the thumbnail?
First of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that
Who gives a
other
fuck
people
about the
have made. I'm simply
thumbnail?
speculating at this point, but you know it's
So whatever, it's just there to like sponsor the video. That doesn't have to do with the actual content of the video.
Crazy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note,
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably
Yeah.
the symbol of
Yeah, he's showing Pitt.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
got a free Rolex
Cool,
hat
dude.
from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so. Oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the
Oh my God, he's such a child. No, he really cares about the Israel-Palestine conflict. That's why he's making this all about Hasan and fucking internet beef. No, he actually really cares about this. He's actually a serious person, and you need to take him seriously. He's not a complete fucking troll who is just shit-slinging because he lost viewers after he came out as a complete fucking maniac.
You're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents
Of course.
that even
The
come
Jewish
across
man
as
is
remotely
crazy. He
anti-Semitic,
sees
and you're having a
anti-Semitism
really hard
everywhere.
time. Well, you want my
These are
answer,
just
you want my
cosmic
perspective, I'm telling you.
mistakes.
If you want my
Jesus
perspective, I'm giving
Christ.
it to you. I think genuinely,
This is way worse than the Sam Cedar debate.
unprecedented levels of
Yes,
open
I know. We
out
can't
and
talk about anything else. That's
anti-Semitism,
very convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have
Like Klein and Hasan's.
on people that you can't even actually
Kanye
count,
West.
quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well,
And
they're
you
not wearing
want
a
to
shirt that
make
says
them-
"I hate
it
Jews,"
seems
but they're
to
walking
me-
around
it seems to me
swastikas
like you-
and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
seems to
close as you
me
can pretty
like
much fucking get
you-
without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like you
And I
want
think you're
them
acting
to
really
be
silly and obtuse
anti-Semitic.
right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff.
Yeah, he's the one who's
Jewish
acting
man,
silly.
He's hallucinating
Yes.
anti-Semitism,
I'm
and we'll
doing
Yes.
just concede that this looks bad.
No,
Okay,
you're
fantastic.
hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance I'm not
Very
saying
good.
anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in
Very brave of
popularity
you to
in
say.
American
Very brave.
politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying
really
to
don't.
find anything you can hold on to.
It's
But
really
once
not a
again,
stretch, man.
none of those people
It
are
is.
me.
It's a big
So I don't know
stretch.
why
Let's
we've
stop with the
devolved
value judgment thing.
conversation
Like, you can't
away
make a
from-
decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound
Let me
stupid
ask-
as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making is.
Why would I
and
want my
don't know.
best friend
I can't
Idubbbz to
tell
be
you what their-
anti-Semitic?
What their process was.
Why would
but
I
don't
want
think
my
it's
best
an
friend
issue.
Idubbbz to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I
Um,
enjoy my friends and people
can
around
can
me
I be
being
honest? Do you
anti-Semitic?
want me-
Then maybe talk to him about it. Why are you talking to this guy about it?
Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that
Yeah.
it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal position
Yeah.
that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel. And that
This
if
is,
they are
what
actually
an
out and about
analysis.
anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the argument
Yes.
in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Vaughn podcast appearance.
Sure
My
did.
Theo Vaughn podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Vaughn didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Vaughn and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull
I'm
that
sure you
clip
didn't see
up,
that.
Hasan.
But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Vaughn, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay, so
Wow,
so
bow,
do you
bang.
Think, do you think
Hit him with that
Ethan-
anti-Semitism,
no,
boy.
Ethan.
Jesus
Former
Christ.
podcast
He was on a
co-host,
vibe.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one? And if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that.
At this
Are you
point.
as anti? Well, let
Can
me
you- okay,
finish.
then let's
Let
move
me
on from
finish. You
Frogan
asked me two
and
questions.
let's address
No.
what
You
think
You
I'm
asked
doing that's
me.
anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more
God, he's so ridiculous.
No, but I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens
so
is
you think I'm
outright.
anti-Semitic
Hold
now?
on there, Hasan.
Oh my
This is an
God.
important
You think I'm
question.
anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said
I just want so much things to say.
or yesterday.
Your form of
I think, or 2 days ago?
anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky.
The fuck?
She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that they.
Wow, he
know what's his
respects
stance
Candace
on
Owens.
Israel.
Clip that.
Candace Owens' stance on Israel, but you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the
What?
oppressor.
I wonder if
always,
his-
always.
I wonder if his chat has
And
anything
by
to
the
say
way,
about the
you
fact that he just said he
spent the
respects
first
Candace Owens.
Part of this debate, calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious
Ethan, I think-
anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and think that
Well,
this
let's
is
not
a-
worry
Okay, I guess this is behind.
insanity.
Oh no.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's
Okay.
continue.
All right. Well, look.
Oh my
Going
God.
back to the Theo Vaughn situation, and you said, so you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm
Okay.
not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that?
I think
process?
Ethan's
This conversation
chat is a lot
had?
slower.
Yes.
in two ways more than one. So we're not gonna rely on
Here's the clip,
that.
by the way, you accused me of not.
That it won't is-
You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Vaughn did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I said
Because, like,
I didn't
of
say
what
in
you
the
just
clip.
Bro,
I
you
said in your
literally look like the
Instagram
dude from
story.
Beetlejuice. That's crazy.
On
What
your-
the fuck?
Small head
Ethan, I
guy.
use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't
Small
watch
head
your
guy,
stream that
Beetlejuice.
much. I don't. You know, I don't. I only see like
In the
bits and
waiting room,
pieces of it.
bro. That's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What the fuck?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same pose and shit.
Yeah,
It's
that's. You are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you like them. All right, anyway. So you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right? $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins.
How does
CNN
nobody
and says,
hear
"Oh,
him
there's
and be
fraud
like,
happening."
dude, you sound insane?
There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on
way.
Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
So you just got back.
yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said
Wait, what is
something,
this?
and they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate.
Wait, why are you showing me this?
Senator?
Well,
'Cause
you're saying I didn't bring this up, but or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to
No,
basically
no,
preempt
Ethan,
a tough
Ethan.
question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me. Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding.
That's-
Go ahead.
I'm
Okay.
switching it back. 1 second.
All right, thanks, Dan.
You motherfuckers.
I
This
know,
looks
man.
ridiculous on my end.
sure
I'm
does,
sorry.
buddy.
Okay. So yeah, this was if you want,
And
you
it's
can
not
also
just
pull
'cause
up
of the
post
video.
as well. But the
Oh my
post I was
God.
referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content.
He's such a
creator
good comedian where he has to explain his joke
who's known to post
afterwards.
about it or something. But again,
I said I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you
Yeah.
feel like that's a little bit more
Yeah.
damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's
You
why.
think I'm just
and
as
you guys
bad
were
as
hitting that
Candace
same
Owens
flavor.
on anti-Semitism in my
Yes.
own special way?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right,
Very
cool.
good. Very good. So let me ask
Can
you a question.
explain-
Hassan, can I ask you a
now
question?
Officially, not talk about like Frogan or anyone else, and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic? Because
Well, we're
yesterday,
kind
2
of
days ago,
getting
you said
there.
I wasn't, but also
I already-
for a year,
You're repeating yourself.
well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I
2
have
days ago,
literally
you said I
answered it
wasn't
probably
anti-Semitic.
2 times.
For
The
a
reason that I'm
year-
saying
for
you're
a
anti-Semitic is
year-
because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid
No,
anti-Semite. You
never did.
You did. You went back
did
and
not.
forth on it.
I have
Even
actually
Dan
went
checked
back
you
and
on it.
checked. I
Even-
had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went
so
back
I was
and
just
checked.
simply
You're lying.
spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Sure.
It is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you. My turn. Do you
All right, your
think it's
turn.
appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No, I don't. I
Here,
don't think
for
it's
example, is
appropriate. But
someone
if you're
using it
talking about me
anti-Semitically.
saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison got
Hassan, let me
got
finish.
people-
You're
got people
getting
deplatformed,
ahead of
and
yourself,
yes,
buddy.
I do think that that's a
You're getting
valid
ahead of
thing
yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on
Hold
that
the
for sure.
phone. Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Who is this? What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah,
This
you
wait,
remember.
Is this the guy?
wait,
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
you
wait.
remember.
No,
Oh my
no,
God.
This is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking F
I
slur.
mean, there's a
on-
clip
on
of
the
being
time.
like,
He's not a
yo,
fan.
I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your
No,
fan
no,
or
no,
not?
no, no,
The
no,
point
no.
is,
Hold on, hold
no,
on,
it
hold on,
doesn't.
hold on, hold on. You brought
No,
this dude up.
It doesn't matter.
And I believe
I'm
this is not
showing
the
him
first
as
time
an
you brought him
example.
up.
Oh, it doesn't matter. That's why you brought him up.
He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up.
Listen,
Wait, what do you mean you don't care? Now
if
you
I
don't
brought
care.
him up, Hasan, if I brought him up,
That
let me
person is
finish
not
my
a fan of
point.
mine. Why did
Save
you?
it.
Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of
Hasan,
mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You
No,
asked
get
me.
there right
It's my
now.
turn to ask a question.
Why do you
Just
think
because I
this
brought him
random
up
fucking guy
doesn't
is
give
a
you
fan
the
of mine,
space to
Ethan? Is it
interject.
because he rolled up to me and tried
Let
to
me
fucking
finish.
clout farm? Is that why? At the
Yes.
encampments
Okay,
where I
thank
was
you very
very
much.
clearly disturbed by his presence? Is that
Hasan,
why?
I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Is that why you
Yeah,
constantly try to
question.
change the questions, change the topics every so often? Because he's the one who's scared?
Favorite person in the world. What do you mean?
Wait.
All right,
didn't
Hasan,
you
here you
use
go,
him
buddy.
approaching you?
Here we go. You
Didn't
wanted
use
it,
him
I've got it.
approaching you.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
I
sorry.
love you.
I'm so
I
sorry.
love you.
I
bro.
love you,
This
bro.
is an environment
You're my hero, bro.
You're the
comfort
GOAT.
for me.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that.
I'm fucking. Is this another? Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because we spent
Wow,
a good
dude,
deal
I
of
love
the
you. You're the
encampment.
GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment.
He needs
You
to be
watched-
slapped
you
over the
came into
head.
Live stream. We spent a good deal of the entirety of the
that.
encampment running away from him because he kept trying
Well,
to ask me
listen.
dumbass fucking questions. For
Okay,
his
but that's
own
got nothing to do with he's a
dumbass-
fan.
For his
Listen,
own dumbass
Hasan,
podcast.
please. You're
I-
derailing this, and I need
I'm
to
not derailing
make
it.
an.
It's not
You
called derailing.
absolutely
When
are.
I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation. You
very
are
good.
nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need
He
to
was
play
just
the
trying to
clip
clout
again?
chase.
I'll play it again.
You can play that clip again.
Jesus Christ. Jesus. I don't think a lobotomy is enough at this point. I don't think so. I think something needs to be drastically done
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look
at this
gay in that.
point. Like, how can you be this fucking brain dead?
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
you
okay?
think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's
Oh.
crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video
Okay,
again?
well,
I'll do it again.
My
Fuck it.
producer and my camera
play it
op,
again.
March. My producer and my camera op, March,
Can I give you a hug, bro?
was
I'm so sorry,
there.
bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so
And he's
sorry.
in the
I love
chat
you,
right
bro.
now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the
Ethan.
coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying
You
that.
are delusional.
Okay,
You
very
are.
good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him, and he's
I know
not a
you
fan
don't.
of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking
I'll
clout
play it
chased-
again. I mean, I feel like
because he was
we're running
clout
in circles,
chasing
but
a
I'll play the
fucking
clip again.
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love
He
you."
didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview
He
for his
literally
podcast,
recognized
for his
you.
POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care.
Wait,
So
now
let me
you
move
don't
on.
care.
Do you want to
It
talk
seems
about this
like-
for 2 hours, or do you
it
want to
seems
actually
like
have a
this is
conversation?
Jesus
Hold on.
Christ.
You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who
I'll play it
stalked
again.
you is a fan of mine. You said he was.
So does he care or does he not care at this point? Because he seemingly doesn't care enough that he wants to move on, but he cares enough to continuously playing the clip.
I concede. Yes.
Don't you think
very
that's
good.
a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big
I
point of
concede.
contention?
I concede. I want to show you an
Do you-
example
do you
of.
see my side of this though? Because
I
like
think-
a
no,
random,
you're
a
being
random
dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me, wants
Random
the clout
Hasan
chase,
fan comes up to
and
you.
wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you
Such a
say
fucking
he's a
bitch.
fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you. Do you feel
That's
like
not
that's
what I implied.
appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
So
That
you
is an
didn't-
outright,
you did not imply
horrific,
that this person that was a
bad
fan
faith
of
lie.
mine was
Yes, I
actually
did.
harassing you.
Yes. Now that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way,
Did he not
you
harass you?
are a liar. You know that,
Did he
right?
not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking
Did
about?
he not
you
harass
send
you?
him? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you imply in your video
Okay, who
that he was a
cares,
fan of
bro?
mine,
Go
leading
ahead, when
the
you're done,
audience
go.
to believe,
I'll
leading
wait.
the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan. If you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets me.
Who cares? I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him in the past.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending hate your way.
Bro, you're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
This clip, though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the first
I'll play it.
of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who is this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey, I could be on it. Are you guys doing interviews?
Why are they not showing the video?
No, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Live stream. Oh, live streaming? Yeah. Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Yeah, it's his stream.
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip.
I played it.
Yes. Yeah. He's showing the clip.
Really,
All right. Yeah, they're on a delay, so it's not showing up.
Of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this."
Yeah, this is the clip that was playing.
It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then,
even though Hasan's not on this clip, it is his stream.
In that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a
fan.
Fine,
bro. I don't care. Who cares?
Well,
let me ask you a question.
Because
very good.
Care because you have made an inference that is
my
erroneous.
God, dude.
Yeah, it's clear this guy just saw a camera and went up to it.
Can we please move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there.
It doesn't matter if he's there or not. It's very clear that this man just saw a camera, went up to it for clout.
This is an example of...
Regardless if he knows Hasan or not, that doesn't matter.
You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think that guy. I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby.
Yeah.
Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
What the fuck?
You're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionist a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Real? Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Yeah, I don't think it's that insane to speculate that maybe someone like Ethan Klein would be working with the ADL around the same time that a bunch of Arab content creators get banned off Twitch for a misunderstanding that you brought to people's attention, and the ADL just so happens to also target those people at the same time.
You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, working with partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that
I'm
mean?
not saying you directed the ADL to
Do
take
you know
action.
how
Well, actually,
silly
you know
you
what? I am
look?
kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed
Okay.
the ADL to take action. You are
Well,
a
that's
prominent. You are
a
prominent
defamatory
content
claim that has
creator.
zero proof.
You are
and,
a
and
prominent
frankly, it
content
sounds a
creator.
little Jewish
If I thought
conspiratorial.
that you worked for the ADL,
It all has to go around to
ADL.
anti-Semitic conspiracies.
Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is
Hassan,
that you have taken
I do not
credit
work
for
with the
these
ADL.
bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
I mean, Hassan has also said that like Dan Saltman and Destiny also probably work with the ADL in some regards too, especially with the situation that he's mentioning. And as far as I know, both of them aren't Jewish, or at least Destiny isn't. So does he also consider that anti-Semitism?
Not an anti-white term,
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them. Twitch has
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that she heard from you.
on numerous
Acting like
instances.
This is what she
one of
learned
them.
from you.
Oh my God.
In your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the
Yes.
ADL, but you didn't mean that I
Yes.
spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't think you work.
Okay, well,
directly
you
with them.
doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that
No,
that
I
is
don't
a
think you
deform-
directly work
that
with
is a-
them. I think your goals are.
Oh my
aligned on
God.
this. Yes, and
But then, for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
You're now trying to rewrite history and say
that
I
you got
said
the
you were
streamers
working
banned. You took
besides
ownership
them.
over
You
it.
are
What
a
are you
liar.
talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
He did.
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan, have
Do
I
you
ever
work with
taken
them?
credit?
Are you affiliated with
Have I
them? Are
ever
you
taken credit
are
for
you
an
partnered with
anti-Semitic
neo-Nazis?
incident
Or,
that the
or do
neo-Nazi-
you guys happen to have
Okay,
the
wait,
same
no, I have a
goal
question
and
for
are
you.
completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a
Jesus, man.
neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis
Swastika sword,
actually
baby.
engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes, you would be
I was on the
valid
tier
in
list, bro.
saying that comparison.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list.
Especially
Why wouldn't I
considering-
respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me.
listen to
Are you
my
fucking
words, please.
dumb?
Listen to my words.
I'm
Okay.
trying, but it's just
Listen.
fucking...
It's similar to how someone doesn't have to be a neo-Nazi to go after you when you target them constantly.
My association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe.
Good.
Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is.
It looks
but
like
on
a
the other
sword.
hand, I can't
Stupid.
say that you have worked alongside the ADL.
That's not what you said.
In getting streamers
You said I'm
banned.
partnered with.
That's
Partnered
anti-Semitic?
with.
You took
You are
credit for
lying.
it, my
You are
man.
rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the
Ethan,
ADL.
I can't take
Do
accountability
you
for your
think,
hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they were directly working with them.
I'm saying I'm partnered with the ADL.
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you, Ethan
you are
Klein,
literally
make
gaslighting me.
numerous
It's
videos
so
demanding
obvious what
the
you
bans
meant.
of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer from
I was
that?
on the tier list, dude.
What?
I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking like. It wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was
No,
on
you
the
definitely
tier
went out of your way. You directly targeted them.
instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all.
Yes, they're very accurate, concerns of anti-Semitism to a fucking insane lunatic who has been on an extended crash out.
Hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable.
I'm so glad this is on record.
In the unique position that he has created for himself.
So am I.
I'm so glad this is on record. So
Yeah,
you think
I'm
that?
glad you. Yes.
So you
I'm
think
glad
that
he
the,
is live streaming his fucking delusions.
You think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL and not think that I was working
I think a
directly with
reasonable
them?
person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever
didn't even
mentioned the
make that
ADL?
inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit for.
Did I
the
ever
ban.
mention the ADL, Hasan? Answer the
It doesn't
question.
matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit.
I didn't even know what they were.
I hope she gets permanently banned.
If you have the thing, it was even. Did
Yeah,
I ever?
It's a clip where you are saying, "I did that
Okay.
shit. I'll fucking take credit for it." You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference. You're saying,
Well, they attacked
which
me.
one do you think? What do you think?
They
the
attacked
other
me by
person
saying that I like Sabra hummus.
who are saying that you did that shit, and it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for.
Fucking hell.
Silly. I don't care.
Not
Listen,
anti-Semitic thing at all.
What is this
I was
chat saying? I had to
They
know.
attacked me, I responded. Do
Oh,
I
you're
know?
being
Do I know who?
silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah, he was
bad.
just in a silly, goofy mood.
All right, I guess we can move on then.
Well,
Now
do
you're
I
being
think I
silly.
got them banned?
Reaching silence that's a leap by Hasan.
English content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
The
reason they call him token, my friend.
Reacted
You
because
spend
they saw
time
it as
being
He
a
took
token
credit because he did an
Yes.
entire episode about it.
But it was just silly.
Yeah, that's what Hasan is referring to. He did an entire episode where he was, harassing these people, targeting them, and then the ADL fucking took action. That's what he's saying when he said working with. Or at least working alongside.
Anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review.
Oh.
I don't want to. They're normies. I don't want to dox
Okay.
them.
Yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're surrounded.
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are. You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Yeah, do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes,
Okay,
I am.
Very good. I
And
don't believe
they've
you.
treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because
Surprisingly
they're
enough.
not
We
on
can
the
have a more
receiving end of
normal
an insane
conversation.
fucking
I can have a more
harassment
normal
campaign.
conversation with
Oh
them
my
than
God.
you, seemingly.
All right, so you
They would
think
most
that
likely laugh
just to
at all of
recap,
this.
just
if
just to
they're watching.
recap here, so we can move on.
This is
I mean, did the random Zionist
Some of it.
Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
oh my god.
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up. But
I know you
that has
don't, but
nothing
you're
to do with
acting
me.
up.
I'm not in
Part of your
support of
shtick,
that.
Hassan, is acting obtuse when you're caught in a corner.
All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get.
Just
back to
remember, this is the guy who
I
said
agree. Let's just summarize.
that Hasan is the one participating in a harassment campaign.
I just want to put a
When you
cap
look
on
at these
this.
thumbnails and who they're targeting.
And
You're
making
doing
these
the thing that I'm
inferences
so
I am,
critical of
and,
you
like,
on. Okay.
Partnering with like the
Even when
ADL,
after Markiplier at one point. He even tried to go after Markiplier at one point. This is how insane this guy is. Just because Markiplier didn't follow him on
You
Twitter.
didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay. It's
You okay?
interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern
It's not my only
revolves
concern. I care
around-
about multiple things, my friend.
Yes.
Then why do you
can,
only
but
talk
these
about
are
this one
really
thing?
Stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's
And
easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just ask
no
the
one-
accused how serious their crime is. Fucking
Ethan.
brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious
you
court
think
case?
that
No, I don't.
Sabra
Well,
Hummus's
fucking
shit
there it
tier-
is. Let's
you
let
think
him
that the
free.
Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone.
No, obviously not. You're
Then
being
why are
obtuse
you
again.
bringing up stupid fucking
Because
parallels?
you are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm just baffled by all this. I'm baffled by how fucking insane he is.
You have talked
What
about
do you
how
mean
you
bona
gave
fides?
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke. That you
Once.
As a
He only did that once, by the way.
indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content
People
creators?
harassing me?
What?
I'll answer your question.
All right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that. Hold the phone, let me finish.
Literally, he did all that stuff, and Ethan still complained.
My point was that, not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point.
That's what you said.
It's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that received
What's
those.
not the case? What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong in
Okay,
terms
that's fine.
of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing people,
attacking people that harass me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hasan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Anti-Semitic. No, this does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point I'm trying to make
I mean, that's kind of up to other people to decide.
Your criticisms are in your own mind, like you have hallucinated an alternative reality.
By the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You're a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane, maybe a misunderstanding.
No, they're insane because you're insane.
They're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me.
Because you're a schizo.
Because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
There you go, dog whistle.
You literally think that people
Can we get a whistle
criticizing
soundbite
you or
every
not
time he calls me
liking
paranoid
you
or
is
hallucinating?
anti-Semitism. That's not
You
the
got a
case.
whistle?
I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
Well, I know.
didn't,
I definitely don't like you.
After doing a
let
podcast
me
for 2
stand on
years.
business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do hope.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No, not.
All right, let's move on.
Oh yeah, he did.
You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that
I
all you got?
Need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? What? The guy that I talked about fucking obsessively 100 times a day that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking. Not only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also
not.
used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism from a unlisted link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
Relevant. What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah. I don't think it's that ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman.
Yeah, he literally named him in his Context Nuke to try to like dunk on Hasan and other pro-Palestinian content creators. Like, oh, Dan Saltman brought this up or said this.
The Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operations that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous.
Oh yeah, this also.
It's actually insane.
There's also Twitcher terrorism, which was created by the Destiny community that Ethan literally played on his stream.
I need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme.
Oh, this is dog whistle.
From a subreddit once. And there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating. You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out?
I didn't say that.
Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you?
Ethan, you don't even have friends. It's very clear that you don't have friends outside of your show. You don't have friends outside of your employees.
IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. And all I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did it, but it's fine. Yeah, you brought that up.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming that you don't have direct correspondence?
Is this what you do whenever you're trying to avoid Ethan? Hasan, are you hallucinating? Hasan?
Do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Sex crimes that he did.
Man,
do you feel like that's really a good person to align with? That you
I'm
now
not endorsing him.
But you literally just said that you talked to him. That you have had correspondence with him.
Somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
That is, yes.
Well, there you go. Oh my God, dude.
I'm speaking to one right now.
You talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've spoken with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I didn't bring up Destiny. You did. And also...
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years?
That's right. Yeah. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing.
Year and a half.
but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until pretty much.
What have we disagreed on?
The December of
What have we disagreed
2024.
on? I'm
What?
sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends?
Just remember, this isn't a crash out.
What we are
What do we
disagreeing
disagree
on is what you choose to focus on and
that
what
seem
you
significant?
think is the major point of contention here.
Can someone like strap him down so he can
That's
stop
first of all,
moving?
what I choose to focus on is certainly something you
It's
can
a little
critique.
frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context? Wasn't a clip
Absolutely not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose to use that
Her name is
clip
Hila,
that
by the way,
14
Hasan.
seconds
I
long
don't
out
know
of
why you
context.
referred to her as my wife. I find that a little...
Is she not your
You know
wife?
who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is.
Okay,
You've written her
Hila.
emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Semantics. Is she not your wife, or are you guys getting a divorce?
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not.
Everyone.
She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes,
Why
absolutely.
is
With
it-
with
why
great
is it
pleasure, I will
that-
respond.
Why is it that you
Because,
initially
Hasan,
understood the full
that was
context
one
until Hila stopped you and said,
Very good.
no,
He
no, no.
said it.
Oh my God.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of
No.
seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happen.
Oh my God. Even his fans are just like, you didn't say her name. You didn't say her name.
And I know you would never lie to
This is so misogynistic. Oh my God. They are fucking.
puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there?
Again,
and see how to
lobotomy is not enough at this point.
Do it.
Great.
Lobotomy is not enough if this is the shit they're getting mad about. That he said your wife instead of her name.
Good.
Lobotomies are not enough.
I'm great.
We need something more. We need
I
super
think this is
lobotomies.
going the way you perceived it to be going, but
Sure. I mean, you're reading the chat. Do you
I'll
think
be
that's
honest
the
with
most
you. I
accurate
was
way
gonna
to...
be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity, and you're
Ethan,
still...
I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for... You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is this is the baby
You are a
gloves.
prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F or...
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the
Well,
lens of criticism
I
to
mean,
other
that's
people.
a little silly considering you're like, well, actually it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Okay.
Anyway.
While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Well, okay.
Violent.
It's almost as if he never brought up that she was an IDF soldier.
I'm gonna grab another soda, but I'm hearing you.
There is one instance in captivity
chair react.
that we have.
I'm not gonna let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that
I'm
Dr.
listening.
Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pail.
Is that a?
There is one instance.
Did you put a
in
Hamas
captivity?
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people
It's true,
still run
yeah.
with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing
As
my
I said
reaction.
then,
Oh, you're giggling.
today,
You're
Israel
giggling.
has
It's so
a right-
funny.
has a
No,
right
I'm
to
not
defend
giggling.
itself.
I'm
What
cringing.
rapes
sure
did Hezbollah
are.
do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did
The
Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas
Is he gonna show any proof that this happened?
To a lot. You notice that?
What?
Call people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
horrific
I'm
acts
not
of
exactly,
sexual violence.
Nothing you showed here was proof that rapes happened on October 7th.
I don't really-
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when
I
someone is
don't-
hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that. Yeah.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
Women and girls.
Watch
Okay.
this.
Horrific
Ethan,
acts
can
of
you?
sexual violence
Ethan.
and took
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
But I got the point. You're
Hamas
saying that like
committed
you're
horrific
showing
acts
clips
of
of me.
sexual
You're showing
violence
clips of me saying
and
that
took
someone
Women
is.
and girls,
Wait,
men
what-
and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar it didn't happen.
There you go, Hasan. What do you
Picture
got?
it didn't happen. Great commentary, by the way. Okay, so
I mean, it's pretty apt.
okay, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Literally, again, nothing in that entire clip shows that rapes happened on October 7th. So what's the point?
UN committee report that came out. That was
The one that you
a-
misrepresent continually.
I did not
that you fucking
misrepresent the UN
continually lie
preliminary
about the
report.
conclusion.
Wait, what did I
What's-
misrepresent about the UN
Go
preliminary
ahead. You
report?
tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report, like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What
Um,
a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel,
There are
you know,
literally
let's be real-
women
do-
who have
do you-
said
do you
I
feel like
was
the Israeli
raped.
government lies?
Then you should have no problem with the UN being like, hey, we want to investigate this.
Israel
There's
certainly
women
lies a
that
lot,
come out
right?
and said I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record,
Women.
on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, wait, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped. There is,
Correct.
as far as I understand, one
Well, you should look-
instance in
Well, of
captivity. It is
course,
not
as far as you understand,
systematized
because you don't
mass
give a
rape
fuck about the
directed by Hamas.
the reality of it.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth.
Wait.
You just want to do
Ethan,
propaganda,
Ethan,
remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please, calm
Okay.
down. Getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
Whoa,
behaving
whoa.
in such a childish manner when we are actually
I am
talking
not.
about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, you know, okay.
In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't pull it up
What's
right
the
now.
Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not victims of sexual assault.
I remember you do that.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article.
And it's very clear that was the only part that you read.
Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you through this real quick.
Are they hallucinating?
No. So no, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible circumstantial
That's why I said
evidence
Piker
is
didn't
not
happen, bro.
enough to
You need rape
prosecute.
kits.
Credible
Hasan needs rape
circumstantial
kits.
evidence is not enough to
Piker didn't happen, right?
prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter.
This is
believe
not
all
an
women,
unhinged freak
hey?
on Twitter. This is,
Hey, are we
again,
believing
there's
all
also
women
an article
unless they're
that you can-
Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zakah, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zakah is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
The PBS article about how to debunk the counts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's two accounts. But the rest of
there's way more than two accounts.
Can you?
What? Hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Piker didn't happen.
Ethan,
I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual, to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says.
What do you mean, you guys?
Sound
Who
credible.
Is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tool.
So he mocks him for using Haaretz as a credible source. Agrees that it is a credible source, though.
debunked
Swastika boy.
narratives. And also, here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Getz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're
The
all
admission
dead.
is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence,
They're
which is
all
particularly
dead.
notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me
They're
this
all
link.
dead, bro.
What?
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about.
Ethan,
do you
where are
think
the
that
victims?
they raped people and then didn't
You
kill
said
them?
that there are victims. Can you give me the names
yes,
of the victims?
yes,
I will.
yes, yes.
First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape.
You are.
If they're
Israeli.
If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? You're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
What the
you
fuck
told
does
me
that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay.
Also, I do think it should play a factor that she also has sexual allegations against her, due to the fact that, yeah, maybe someone accused of this stuff shouldn't be the head of anything sexually, any sexual crime related shit ever. Maybe that's a bit of a conflict of interest of how they're going to handle the situation.
You talk about the Israeli
Why would I talk about a crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict?
Israel had
Do you find it interesting? There's something that I...
Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing
Do you think I'm defending this?
You don't talk about it. You only talk about this. You only talk about the October 7th, rape, like that. You only talk about that stuff. You only talk about the stuff that happened on October 7th and the alleged rapes that happened, but you don't talk about the stuff that Israel commits. It comes off one-sided. It comes off as a Zionist talking point. That you don't even mention the actual problems inside Israel itself, and you are only against Palestinians, what happened on October 7th. You only focus on this one matter and not the entire conflict as a whole, especially with what Israel does.
Actually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity? Not on October 7th,
this is on October 7th.
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean?
This is not on October
Exactly
7th.
what he was planning to do.
Like, I wouldn't even deny that there were sexual assaults on October 7th. But this isn't even about October 7th. This is private captivity, and this is gruesome. This is terrible.
It's exaggerated. That everybody's lying. That Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Ethan,
Cry,
you
or to be
know.
sad.
Listen to her words.
Ethan,
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act
listen
nice
to my
the person who had
words.
just
Listen to this victim. Show her some respect, Hasan.
Horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross the way.
By that, I don't think about.
Yeah, you think this is respectful?
You're
were held in
definitely a
sexual
monster,
respect, bro.
brother. That is fucking gross.
You're using this to win an argument. Do you think this is respectful? Using a woman's testament to the fact that she was R-worded to win an internet debate? Do you think that this is respectful?
I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in captivity.
First
in the hands
male
of a
rape
Hamas
survivor of
militant.
Hamas on
I
October
literally said
7th.
in the video,
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's
okay,
hold on.
Listen to me. Listen to my words very
They touch my
carefully.
private
because
parts, they rape
You're
you.
not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are
as
so
a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged it
footage,
because you posted it in your video that you just
Here it is.
showed me.
Here's the clip.
reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please.
You would just clipped him out.
Listen,
happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most
Dozens
of
of
whom
testimonies.
were hiding and heard.
Oh,
yeah.
Ethan, in the beginning,
Are you denying
said,
that? And
In the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here.
There's
In the
more
beginning, you
stories
said on
coming out.
October
There's a
7th,
UN
there were
report.
numerous victims of sexual violence. That you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on
Showing you
October
people.
7th. Because I
wait,
never
hold on,
said
hold on.
that there was
You're
no
saying
sexual
only-
assault
wait,
that
what?
took place. As a
Wait,
matter
you're
of
saying
fact,
they have to
looked
have
at
been
that
on a-
report. I looked at that same
He has been saying this the entire goddamn time. Are you this fucking brain dead?
credible first-hand account, first-hand testimony on sexual assault that took
I
place
wish
in
you had the
captivity. That
energy
was
you
not on
have
October 7th.
for the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you
Because
had the same
I can't
energy.
invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you talking
I'm
about?
showing you people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with
So
my
vile
people and
to
names?
deny the
I don't
suffering and
understand.
trauma of the victims.
If there are victims,
because
you
you
said
need your
believe
All right, you know
women.
what? This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah.
What do you
let's
mean?
just-
You can't just let's just
I
move
mean, I
on
gave you
from
two.
this. This is a major point of contention.
He literally said from the beginning of this topic, show me a testimony from October 7th. He said that repeatedly. This entire fucking section was about rapes that happened on October 7th, and he and Hasan wanting Ethan to find him verifiable proof and testimonies. He didn't. He found one that happened in captivity that more than likely definitely happened. Not even gonna try to downplay that. There's a good chance that happened, and that's fucking gross. That doesn't change the fact that Israel is genociding Palestinians, and that that doesn't change the aspects of what's going on this much. But even then, he couldn't find anything from October 7th. He's now trying to act dumb, saying, oh, I didn't know you wanted something from only October 7th. No, you're playing fucking stupid because you know that wasn't a good point. That doesn't change the argument. That doesn't look good in your favor because that has nothing to do with this specific topic. You're a dumb fuck and now you're trying to run away.
There was no evidence for this whatsoever. Okay.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hasan. Report follows earlier testimony from man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. on Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. Firsthand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Killed, dipshit.
Ethan, do you
they
think
fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their account.
Sorry, to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually conclude.
You know the fucking answer to that.
Because
you know that Jews, you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them.
You just said dozens of victims came out in that article.
I'm reading you. What are you doing, bro? I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister.
None of this is evidence. You're using excuses. This is excuses. There's no evidence to this.
250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry, and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe
so then
that
what
they
the
are.
fuck
But
is your
from
point?
everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article that was posted by Lisa Razov.
Here comes the Haaretz article.
Wait, why
I
are
just
you
read you
discounting?
firsthand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
Since the thing that
you're saying
mentioned,
pics or it didn't happen.
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
Because they're dead.
No, that's not
fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
You can still do forensic evidence based off someone's dead body if they were sexually assaulted, if they were R-worded, if they were raped. You could still, look at their bodies to see if they were or not. Just because when you die, it's not like everything, it's not like your body vanishes. You don't disappear, you dumbass.
Under stress, you can mishear things, but that's
it
okay.
I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough.
That's part of the reason why.
There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
Are
you done, or you want to keep going?
Just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Okay.
Because
go ahead. I just read 4 firsthand.
The question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
Fine. You misspoke.
I apologize.
I don't care.
I didn't mean that.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's
want to
get
make
back
sure.
to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars.
There have been no rape allegations filed.
Oh, he's saying pics or it didn't happen. I always thought he just said Pixar, but I was like, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe it's mismaking. No, he's saying pics or it didn't happen. This is just gross.
Prosecutor's office in Israel. Okay. She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4
and the
victims
speculation
just
is that
gave
the
firsthand
victims
testimony. I
probably
read it to
died,
you.
but there's no forensic examination. There has
Piker
been
didn't
no
happen.
justice for these victims.
Forensic
in-
evidence is different than just having pictures of it. I think that should be something that can easily be understood.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way.
And again, this whole argument comes from, he believes that he's just denying it, but Hasan's saying that there is no viable proof. Just like there's no viable proof to actually, openly say that this happened. You can speculate, you can say there's a possibility it happened, but to say verifiably that it's happened is wrong when there is no actual proof.
Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's
No,
do that. And
I'm
yeah,
not
they're all
saying
lying.
that they're lying. I'm telling you,
Yes, you
my
are.
confusion on this comes from the fact that
It's not confusing. It's
while
obvious.
previous
Most of this shit
reporting-
happened, were
while
killed,
previous
and it's a
reporting
religious.
came out-
It's a
while
religious
previous
part of
reporting
this
came
first
out-
responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's
That's dumb as fuck.
if you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which
Dude,
just
what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They
no,
bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims
buried
deserve
the
justice? What's
bodies.
wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve
Justice?
justice? Why did
This
Israel
is so stupid.
refuse
Can we please
an
move on?
outside investigative committee to actually,
How do you explain these 4
under normal
accusers?
circumstances, the United States?
No, you don't understand. If someone's murdered, you can't look at their body and look at their body for evidence to see who murdered them or how they died to find the killer. You just gotta bury them immediately to respect them, not to find their murderer. So fucking stupid.
I don't know. I can't.
Using this, they have to bury the bodies excuse is dumb as shit.
Thing that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the 4 accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking about
Because you're a
something
liar.
that
You're a
came out
propagandist, and
after
you
that.
fucking hate Israelis. Can we
What?
move on, please? There's obviously an impasse.
No.
Oh my
This is
God!
very
I'm
important.
just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you,
You
dude. This
have
is exhausting.
claimed falsely that I do not
No,
recognize.
I
the
think
testimony.
the audience wanted something else when you were hyper focusing on the content cop and the Sabra hummus tier list. But no, you want to run away from this because you don't have any evidence outside of those 4 testimonies. Even though there's countless points of evidence that say that there is a chance that this also did not happen.
So you're.
Can we move on?
Wait. So you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable evidence,
Well, let's take a
verifiable
look
claim
here.
of rape from a first-hand
Well-
account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay. Yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay. Very
All right.
good. Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, "Go ahead. You can read it for me and explain the picture."
I can't. I don't know where it is.
Oh, so you can't see it?
There we go.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. Very good. I guess what's just a little delay for him?
No,
Dan,
I can
or-
see it. Bro really said my lived
Yeah.
experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest.
What?
You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden that
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your
while
your
in the backdrop, you can
implication
see there is a
is what?
concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
and, there's a
implication
train
to
that
me is what?
Most likely in.
He's giving the context, but he doesn't.
This is the clip you're responding to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. Oh, I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in
Yeah,
Israel
can you-
proper.
yeah, play the clip, play the
Explain
clip.
it's 2 minutes and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just
I know you do.
Let's see here.
Just play the goddamn clip.
This is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
It's not his video.
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't.
I mean, it's still up.
I mean, I haven't
You don't
talked to
know?
him about it, but
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking. But I mean, I assume.
But
I
you were
mean,
there.
it performed pretty well. I think it doubled.
What do you think when he was there they mind melded and that means he can read his
If
thoughts?
anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look
see
at the
someone
like
put you down a
ratio?
peg.
I mean, more people are watching this on than him, so I mean, views and numbers don't really play that big of a factor.
Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what?
Okay, who gives a shit?
Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos to be
favorite?
false.
Okay.
The dislike metric is not
let's
correct.
watch it. Let's
Why
just
am I
watch it.
arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
What?
Not on leftovers. He's not talking about it on his podcast. What I want to do is show you.
Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even going to be able to reimburse.
Who
most of the
gives
funds
a
on the train.
fuck?
How is that not a
Ethan.
train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm
am
just
not
saying.
iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
You were in the
clip.
video.
Guys, how I see Israel.
You were in the video.
When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these
Yes,
fucking
you
left-
ruined a
like,
charity
lefties talking
event.
about
I
it,
hope you're
super
proud.
racist, like,
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about
podcast.
Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro.
Nobody gives a fuck about your lived
So
experience.
Out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The
Show you
phrase.
guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did you think that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never
I think that's the-
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay. Well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my.
It's kind of funny how he stopped. It's kind of funny how he stops right before the part where he yells at his coworker or his employee.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know. Are you?
Well, it's you,
happened
you know what's so
there?
funny?
It
You
was
know what's
crazy, 'cause
funny?
it
It's
felt
all
like
on
it
the
was both
audio.
AB
Go
and
listen to it,
Olivia
dipshit.
that
It's on
were-
the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a
Mhm.
propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen
Yeah,
to it
both
if you
AB
gave a fuck.
And Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why you buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know.
Yeah, what do you want, Nathan?
Fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you
All right.
implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
Not a, what photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel Palestine.
So your petty drama.
By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms. Do you
I don't think
feel,
it's. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Do you feel
like
like
West,
you
I mean,
going
the
to
West Bank has
Israel amidst
checkpoints. It
a-
has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that
Not
big
at
of a
all.
deal.
No.
It's multicultural.
Then you're an
You
idiot.
don't see the comparison. Well,
Well, I
Jonathan
mean, where
Glazer,
Israel,
who made
you mean in
this,
Tel Aviv? So
Jonathan
you're
Glazer,
saying
who
that
made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold
He
on,
said
you're
as
criticism.
much in his
You're
Oscar
saying
award.
all I said was
winning
my
speech.
lived experience in Israel proper.
Nobody
Maybe
gives a fuck about your lived
Israel
experience.
proper.
You're not a special little boy.
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay?
Yeah.
And also is
Yeah,
an
I
apartheid
make a distinction.
on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't compartmentalize
I lived there for
Israel
5 years
from
in
the
Tel
crimes
Aviv.
that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So saying
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6
I don't
miles
know
from
how
what?
many miles away it is from exactly
It's
where
a
you
lot
live
further
in
than
Tel
6
Aviv.
miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
It doesn't matter the relative. It doesn't matter like the relative distance. What matters is that you are going into a country that is actively doing a genocide, but you believe is a genocide by your own words, and you are trying to whitewash what they are doing by saying, "But look how multicultural they are."
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life
No,
as
you're
people
not
are
directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the
is
one
that-
with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles
I
of
definitely
the
agree.
indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is. It would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz, and I'm going to show
not
you
the same
how
at all,
wonderful
dude.
Auschwitz
It's so
looks
ridiculous.
like."
It's the exact same.
Okay, thank you for. Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point.
Nobody gives a fuck. They're still doing a genocide, and doing this, trying to whitewash Israel while this is going on, is gross.
Totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind. Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in.
Now he's trying to run away.
I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi
I
officer.
have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot. Israeli members. Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel.
I don't know what you're going on about.
Some of the reason why I know the
He's
total
getting
and
scaled.
utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and
All right,
no
can I
longer live in
respond?
Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a
respond?
matter of fact, as long as
Would
they
you
are
like me to respond?
anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an
Bro,
ideology.
you're just gish
I do not
galloping. Just let me
care about
respond. My God.
Jewish people
You don't need
or
to grandstand
Israeli
so
people.
long.
These
Just
are
let me
not
respond.
He does
our
not know what gish
consideration,
galloping is.
because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the
Jesus
circumstances
Christ,
that they've been
bro.
presented
Let me
with,
respond.
can see right from wrong. And
Okay,
I
very
thought
good.
foolishly that you were one of these people. I
Very
foolishly
good.
thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific
do you want
mass
me to
bombing
respond?
and starvation.
Hassan,
as
you
a
got to
tool
you got
to
to stop.
present
You got
yourself
to
as a
stop with the
victim.
fucking with the gish galloping. I know.
This is
I know.
not a
You're
gish
righteous.
gallop.
and
You don't
I'm
know what
right.
that word
Let me
means.
respond. Let me respond.
To him, it's just a buzzword. He does not know what gish galloping means.
Distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it
Thank
came
you.
off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching
Thank
that
you.
clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So
Thank you.
I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I see. This is. I wish you were. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken
Well, my
place.
problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me
Ethan,
and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I
We
privately.
agree on a
this
lot
is
of
something
things.
that
The
I
issue is
privately
the
talked to you
harassment.
about in the beginning.
Do you have
after
any
all was
proof
said.
that he directed the
I told you-
CPS call? That he directed the skulls being sent to your house, which I don't even think actually was sent by anyone. I think he's trying to use that as a, oh, look at these bad people, like the skulls one. Like, the CPS call, definitely true. Horrific. People should not have done that. The skulls, I don't believe for a second that's actually real. I think he's using that for sympathy, because the CPS call just doesn't work anymore. Like, he realized that people just don't care, because they understand that the CPS call wasn't directed by anyone. It was just one weirdo acting out on their own. And now he realized that doesn't work with people, so he just sent the skulls, bought the skulls, and tried to pass them on as somebody else sending them. Even though they were from his store. And like the serial tags were on them, and people could have. It's so stupid. This guy is insanely moronic. He's trying to pass this on as like, you've been harassing me for 16 months. He's literally defended Ethan multiple times for like 6 out of those 4 months, like 6 out of those 16 months. And in those 16 months, Ethan has done nothing but talk shit about him.
Things. As recently
List
as last
one.
month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me
I'm
saying
giving you
something
another
I
example.
Zionist.
Just calm down and listen. As
I mean, we
recently
could
as
literally
last
look at
month,
the Sam
I
Cedar
talked
debate.
about
You're just
how
doing this gish
Hamas
galloping.
is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crim. In your conversation
defend that.
with Sam
Gish
Cedar,
gallop is a
well, on the
rhetorical
one hand,
technique in which a
you
person in a
now
debate attempts to
recognize that
overwhelm an
Israel's doing things
opponent
right, and you have
by
in the past
presenting
as
an
well, for
excessive
sure.
number
But
of
you guys have
arguments.
gone back and forth on it, and you've called it
He's
a
only
war
been
or whatever.
focused on this one aspect of
Having
it.
said that, in
It's
your
not a gish gallop.
conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think that's a
Failure
condemnation
to
of,
protect
of
the
Israel.
your assessment of reality.
How is
Look
that
at the Gaza
pro-Zionist?
Strip. Do you
How
think
is
a
me
bomb
criticizing
shelter would
Hamas
actually
pro-Zionist? Would you like to
survive?
explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs? What are you
Be a lot
talking
fucking
about?
safer
There's not a
than
standing structure remaining
the
in most
seventh
parts
floor
of
of an
Gaza.
apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every
You're
hospital
okay with Hamas
implies
spending
that a
the
bomb shelter
totality?
would just simply
Can I
be
ask you a
fucking
question?
crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
No.
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're
I
claiming.
mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I
can have
said.
criticisms of Hamas
Yes, and what you
in
said was
terms of
Zionist.
Their own internal domestic affairs, in
You
terms of
trying to
their
use the
governance.
bomb shelters, like, you trying to use the bomb shelters, like there's none being, like there being no bomb shelters in Gaza, to try to criticize Hamas, says a lot about your understanding of Israel's history in Gaza, and the fact that Israel uses bunker busters that would literally destroy bomb shelters in its entirety. That doesn't matter. Even if they had bomb shelters, that's still not going to help.
across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it.
No,
Because you say Zionist shit.
Time and time
because
again.
of your hyper focus on
Name one.
you, and your distractions.
That makes me a
away,
Zionist?
And your
That makes me a
deliberate
Zionist?
deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous. You
Being
simply
pro-Palestine
say
doesn't absolve you of
recognize
guilt.
the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
So
Houthis.
I'm
You
public
call
enemy
them
number one.
terrorists. You call Hezbollah
For
a terror
defending
group, which
myself.
is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have successfully
do you not
resisted
consider Hezbollah a
against
terror group?
American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their
about the-
habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American
Okay,
Constitution.
very good.
So yes,
Hassan,
I
please.
think that
I
this
want to have
definition is
Can
intentionally
I
vague
give
and
you?
it's
Can I
fucking
ask? Can I request something?
is silly.
Can I ask? Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation.
Jesus
you take
Christ.
this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
The
we're going to
American
be here.
terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know.
What
But
do you
do you-
mean?
well,
But you-
well,
but
here,
you
I'll be more
use its
precise.
definition without ever actually thinking about
You're right.
it. What do
Fuck
you mean?
it. Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Allah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Exactly.
You're
All right,
welcome.
let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon. I do
Me
not
neither,
have a single
actually.
issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide,
How long has this been going on? Jesus Christ. I'm not editing this at all. Fuck this. This is just going out how it is.
countries the very fact that
You're
other
doing it
countries are not
again.
also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's
Let
a
me
genocide.
speak, please.
So what is the expectation?
Hassan, please. This conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay. Now respond.
Thank you. Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were
I need to get something to
successful
drink.
in-
My throat's
in,
starting to hurt.
Sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said, I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my
Mr.
conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that. Yes,
You're
I don't
precise
think
with
that-
your words,
I
right?
don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian
participated.
conflict. Okay,
Yeah.
you say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian
They
conflict.
participated.
That is the entirety
They
of the deaths,
participated.
including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying
So
at
what
all.
does it matter the exact count? Why does that
erroneously
bother
claimed
you?
that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front
No,
of
they collaborated.
footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what?
Yeah.
By barrel bombs. who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They
Ethan?
participated. You're not listening.
Is that why
You're
implied
being silly.
That is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending
you
their action.
sure are.
I am
You'd be like,
asking
Hezbollah
you,
didn't do that.
Do you think
Hezbollah would never blow
has
up
an
a
air
village
force?
in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed
keep
a
telling
hollowed
you
out town that
they
was
worked.
barrel bombed,
They
most likely
worked
by
with
Russian
the
forces.
government, bro.
So why? Why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were
complicit. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending
falsehoods.
terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is, what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad.
They did not kill 500,000 people in Syria.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
You are taking away.
Hasan pointed out the factual the actual facts of the conflict, saying that Ethan is conflating numbers to try to make this group seem worse than it is a bad thing. He is not saying that Hezbollah is a great group because they didn't kill a lot of people, as many people as Ethan is saying. He is saying you are wrong in saying this. This is a factually incorrect statement that you are trying to use to demonize this group. He is not saying that this group is great. He's just pointing out a factual, mischaracterized. He's pointing out a factual lie. He's just pointing out a straight up lie. Just being like, you're lying. This isn't true. Stop it. That's it.
Talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
What do you mean?
You said
lying? I'm telling you what my position
You were talking
is
to
right
a
now.
normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians?
Here's what you said, because you want to be precise.
You made up.
I do not like that.
You
Well,
I
like
like what you like. You
I don't have an
stupidly
issue with
said
them,
that they
let's
killed
just say.
500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allies. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them.
You sure
Ethan.
sounds like it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you said,
I'm having
you
a conversation
liar.
directly with
Though
you.
he did not. He never said anything about the Syrian civil war. He said he just didn't really have a problem with Hezbollah because he saw them as a group that was trying to fight against Israel's genocidal actions. That's what he was referencing. He did not bring up the Syrian civil war in that clip.
So you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong.
Yeah,
I was
you
incorrect
said that
on
numerous times. You actually said you checked
I don't think about numerous
against
times.
AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah. By the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation?
Here's the actual clip.
So, Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament.
Do we like them or no?
I think as a resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel. But everybody hates them. Like everybody in the region, a lot of people don't like them. Like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say Hezbollah is a.
Do you think that Drew Pavlov, someone who is very anti-Hasan, who is a fucking insane lunatic, do you think he would not include any aspect of Hasan saying that he agreed in what they did with Syria, or would mention like, or would try to downplay what they did in Syria in any sort of regard? Do you think he would leave that out? No. It is so fucking stupid, and that's what Ethan is saying, that in this clip he's like supporting their acts in Syria. That's not what happened.
Oh, answer the question. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
Whoa,
Department's
answer the question.
designation for
You
terrorism
gotta
is
answer that
valid?
one. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people
Ethan,
valid
you
in
rely
considering
heavily on your
Can you
audience
answer?
not really understanding the
please
terms that
answer
you
my
are
question.
using.
Let it
okay?
be noted
When
you are
say,
dodging-
Oh, Hassan defends terrorists. Okay, there's a
Literally
reason
just
why you
did.
say that. You say that to disparage
literally
me
just did.
without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me face to face to talk
God,
about
bro,
these
you're
issues,
doing it again.
you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being
beginning,
like, Ethan
shit
defends
changed.
terrorism? Well, I think you do, but for a different
I
reason.
said their
and we'll get to
actions
that
were
in a second.
noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception
I said
was
their
a
actions
noble
were
one.
noble.
You said
Yeah.
Hezbollah was
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
But people can
presenting a
assume I'm
position-
Zionist. But it's
What?
okay for people to it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
When you say Zionist shit, yeah.
Because
Got it.
No,
The
you don't
logic
understand
is
what I'm saying.
clear.
I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why people assume you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel?
Do you?
Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my all my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about
Do you have
me
any
being
evidence that this
pro-Zionist.
is my
So do I think
community?
it's
Do you have
worse?
any
In my
evidence that this
experience,
is my
it's much
community
worse.
that's done any of these things that you're talking about?
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Oh, okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit.
Ethan,
I have
look
never
to
even
your-
pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally
I
not
don't
true,
think-
but
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way.
What?
So many people that have criticized
you're
you
lying.
from your own fan base have left your
Hasan,
community
you
for this
said your
reason.
community
because
has
you can't
nothing to
take
do
a
with
fucking
this.
ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's
This
plenty
is
of
at the
fans.
heart of
Don't
this
worry about
problem. If
that.
you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real
No,
reason why you've gone on
Hasan,
this endless
you are
vendetta
lying.
is because
You
you
said-
can't comprehend the
Jesus
reality.
Christ, bro. I
that
just wanna have a
your audience-
conversation. I don't wanna, like,
your
just,
own
like-
audience
I don't know, seems pretty snarky.
has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented.
Maybe not directly to
yourself
Hassan, but to a lot of
If you
pro-Palestinian content creators.
If you
say
demonstrated
your
a
community has
fraction,
nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you demonstrated,
please,
Ethan,
Hasan,
listen
let me
to me.
finish a point.
If you demonstrated
Hey,
a
dude,
fraction,
you gotta let me finish a
I'm gonna
point.
mute
This is
you.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking if you keep doing
Okay,
this.
that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No. Listen to me. If you
So I'm
Like, let's just look at the
So
top
let
of
me finish.
this week.
You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now,
You've
most
got
people would not have
to
left your
let me
community, by the
say
way.
something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the?
I said
So
they're
who called
primary responsible for
CPS?
harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know.
So why are you directing it towards his community?
You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you are browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
You don't need to. Your own subreddit is a snark page at this point.
Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS. And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is a much more broad than that. Absolutely not. You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community.
This is a straw man. He doesn't know what these terms mean.
You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd? No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think?
You didn't have to bring it up.
First of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
But you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan, I can't
why
believe you would.
Did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay? There is a difference between.
This is literally him answering.
And what your community has done, how?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
Bro, I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you,
Ethan,
because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
You, big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan, people don't
like you. My objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or, I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Yeah, because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like leading a harassment campaign.
I'm waiting for it.
I sent it. It's embarrassing too.
I'm sorry, hold on. Dan is in the bathroom.
Now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is actually
I'm not going to let you stunlock me again. Another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the with the rest of the movement.
Is that the same as capos? Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone via token the same as calling them
Why would
capos?
you call Jews who are standing against
Not
genocide,
something
which
he would
you
ever
also
ask.
recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this?
Token
This is the clip.
Jews that are not
Here's what you said.
representative of the broader movement.
Well, they're
You also
statistically
called
not.
Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's
So
like
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb
Jews
specifically,
that you
yes.
don't like, and you are quick to call.
I have a problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there you don't like Bad Empanada? You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how
Yes,
crazy he
but-
was.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But
Here's the
suddenly, when he
difference.
starts
Here's
talking
the
about me,
difference,
he's your
Ben.
best friend.
Yeah,
Interesting.
you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also always say?
And all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada, and I've
Why do you
maintained
love his
this
videos
position- I've
suddenly?
maintained this
Before you
position-
pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he was he did not want me reacting to his videos initially.
That is a insane, pathetic,
that's what it
bold-faced
is.
lie.
No, he said.
You literally
I
told.
have,
Oh my
I
God,
have.
dude. Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Wait. You can't just like
all
dance
these
around
other
Now
the
let's
point.
watch it.
We'll
You
get to
asked
that.
for it.
Actually,
All right.
Hold on, you asked for this. Here's what you said.
because it's
Oh
not
my
something
God!
he
Wait,
would
I
ever
sent
ask
you a clip.
for.
Why
Oh my
aren't you
God.
on
Other
that one?
content creators actually,
watch.
whipping their communities when
Whipping their
they're
communities.
It's from his content, dude. That's why he wants to fucking play it.
random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so
you have to show my clip now.
it makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7 minute
No, you
clip.
don't have to watch
Where do you want me to
7
watch?
minutes of it.
Okay, I'll just. You think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the
Yeah.
gist of it?
Oh, you'll get
Okay.
it. And you can
All right.
skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Trying to look for
Again, I've
something.
spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
But the problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the
Keep
way, you
playing.
never stuck to.
Shut
You
up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Or literally shout on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care.
I watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck.
Keep going.
What you said.
No.
Oh, why?
Come on.
It's
We've watched
7
a
minutes
lot
long,
of your
bro.
clips. Keep going.
Spare the
This
audience.
is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching
Keep playing.
longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
No,
Go
I
to
don't
the
want to
middle.
finish it. I know what it is.
Go
you
to the
talk
middle.
kindly about. Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community? You think I'm
You
not
absolutely
trying
are
to get
not.
people to stop
No,
yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever.
Whoa,
by the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
Well,
My turn.
Whoa.
You were just screaming, play
You
the
just
video.
said
You
I
told me to
wasn't
shut up.
moderating my community
Hold
and claiming
the phone. You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment.
Okay,
You claim that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada.
So Hasan brings perfect proof that he tried to moderate his chat into not being anti-Ethan Klein. Something that Ethan said that he didn't do, that he never did. Hasan brings perfect examples of him doing so, and his chat just didn't listen to him. So even though he tried to moderate his chat, some of them just didn't listen. And now that he has verifiable proof that that didn't happen, he now wants to run away from it.
To write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Okay.
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Wait, that's
Thanks
in
for
the clip.
watching
Ethan, you
Free
keep doing this
Palestine.
thing.
I'm
Thanks for
playing the
watching.
clip.
Yeah, go
Dude,
support this.
yes.
I'm playing the clip. Just
I
chill out.
said it. I told you why I
do
wasn't watching Bad
appreciate,
Empanada
regardless
videos
of
Oh
initially.
my
my
God, Hasan,
disagreements with him
you're talking over the
on
clip. You
his-
need to let it
I don't-
play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Wait,
Mine. Okay.
Ethan,
You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this.
This is
dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency.
You link to his
Because
Patreon?
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid.
Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
By the way,
Yeah.
the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So
Ethan,
I'm just saying,
I
your
don't know
community
if you
doesn't do
understand.
harassment, right?
I don't know if you have a.
Let's just
I don't know
prove
if you
that
have a command
Empanada
in the English
literally
language.
exists to harass people by your
None
own
of-
fucking
none of
definition.
the things that you just
Mean on
showed
Twitter
is
ridiculous.
None
He's
of the
not
things you
just
showed is
Well, you're talking-
inconsistent.
He is
No,
the
no, you're doing it right now.
most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he
Okay,
be a terrorist?
here we.
right?
I got
Someone
it.
who, by the
Yes,
way,
you're.
what terrorist attack
By the way,
has
you
he
couldn't even
committed?
watch a
What terrorist
fucking
attack has he committed? I can
7-minute
point to
video
a
of
terrorist
me
attack that Sheila
actually
Klein has
defending you
participated
to your
in.
audience
What
because that
terrorist
would
attack
kind of
did this
betray
guy
the narrative that you've
Would you point
presented.
It's almost done. It's
But-
almost
which is
done.
far-
What's he
Hasan,
do?
it's almost
He
done.
would
Go
perhaps
ahead.
benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos
Here.
on this channel.
This is so weird when it comes to Bad Empanada because, like, yeah, he's a lunatic. I don't agree with Bad Empanada on a lot of things. He played a video game where he essentially played a Hamas soldier that was there to like kill IDF soldiers, like a reverse Call of Duty, and he literally said he was looking for secretaries, like as a way to like, you know, it was like a reference to Ela's job in the IDF. Like, yeah, that's disgusting. I don't agree with that. And he doesn't either. Hasan doesn't agree with that either. But the thing about Bad Empanada is that he is a troll. He's an internet troll. He's a bad internet troll who shouldn't be taken seriously. But he is well informed on his issues. That's the thing. He is an internet troll, but he is well informed on the conflict at hand.
But if you noticed in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada on his
What
YouTube
about his videos
essays,
attacking me? Are
especially when
those
it's
is that
issue
part of
specific,
Let him get to it. Let him talk.
his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you
very
watching ones
informative.
called Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Ela and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not.
Yeah.
But what you are
Okay.
doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate You know, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak who literally hates me.
Klein
But
is
in
a
terms of the
Zionist dog, and
blockade
by the
on
way, I
Bad
want to kill
Empanada,
his wife.
the reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why
How
that
many?
blockade ended is because
How many of you watched Not About Me?
What? The reason
How
why,
many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe
I watched a
one.
fuck ton though. I've watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about you.
Please.
Jesus
This
Christ.
segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Okay.
That's part of the narrative, right?
That's not just me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me.
What the fuck?
24 hours. That's
These
over
are
the
most
60.
likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me.
These are
over a
fan channels.
60-day
This is
period, that's
disingenuous.
24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Right.
You're presenting
Right.
the same. You're presenting.
Okay,
fan
first of
channels
all,
that
I'm
are
just showing how
posting-
much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan
Ethan,
channel
Ethan.
defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's
Ethan, I
regular?
have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean?
These are from multiple fan channels. Most of these are about the same topic.
I say one thing on Twitter, on my Twitch.
Most of these are about the same topic. It's obviously going to be skewed number-wise. You dumbass.
Over and over again.
Love
So
it.
of course
It's all
gonna look
part,
like
so
I'm
you don't
talking
ever have
about
to
you a
accept
lot more than it
responsibility.
actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total.
It's
No,
the
no, no.
same moment.
No. This has
Yes.
The last one does
multiplied. Go back to the
not. No,
fucking
this one
photo.
does not have this. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked
Okay.
about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay,
because
so
I
and
think
I'm
you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Hold on. Do you think
because
this is
I have
reasonable?
some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
I have some information as well to present to you. Okay?
You've done entire live streams about him.
Last 60 days.
Entire ones, multiple, more than 10.
January 1st,
Jesus.
2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. Oh, you have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
On
believe
your
that.
Instagram story
hold on.
post.
From what period?
Since
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since
No,
what
that's
date?
you, not fan channels. This
I'm
is
asking
your
you for what
Instagram.
date? What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st. Since
2023?
January 31st, on your Instagram stories, not
year?
including clips,
What
you have
year?
mentioned me.
What year?
Oh, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
Yes.
110.
That's an absolute fucking lie.
That is not a lie.
Show me your evidence.
Look, as someone who regrettably is kind of obsessed with his stories, honestly, I gotta admit that it's a bad thing. I don't like that I constantly check them, but when it comes to Ethan Glenn's story, I'm constantly checking it. He mentions him so fucking much.
Oh. It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah, but this isn't a somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months.
110.
You're not my channel.
They're fan channels. They're obviously going to be, there's obviously going to be stuff overlapping. The topics are going to overlap. It's going to be the same segments.
of you literally fucking hostage.
121 right up here.
Hasan, you say,
and I said my video is bad.
you're
but
streaming
wait.
it, bro. You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make
Ethan, your
a
entire
story.
fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them, which you
when did I try to sue?
stated
Whoa,
you wanted
whoa.
to dox them
When
to
did I?
their families.
When? Hold it. What?
You
This is on
sent
your
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well.
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
What the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's
Did
an outright
you or
lie.
did you not?
Hold on, dude.
Wait, so now, so at first he tried to present it like, oh, we're not doing that, but now he's trying to justify it?
Try to bully, extort people that are anonymous Redditors.
Extort?
Sure,
Who's
they
extorting?
said some shit about you.
Bro,
Yeah, you tried to extort them. You tried to you were like, look, we'll go through with this, but you also have to, reveal like the inner workings of H3 Snark. He did that to a random Redditor.
These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented.
Can you show proof of this?
Faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was posted to Snark that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
One instance where I've talked about you.
So again, he's acting surprised that they even did that, but now he's trying to justify this. And again, as someone who is in this community, I haven't seen shit about that. I'm mutuals with some of the largest people in the community as well. I fucking follow others. I've never seen this shit. He is deluding himself from some random Redditor who, the Redditor that, Hasan brought up a little bit ago with the letter that he brought up on screen. When I covered that in my video, it only had 80 followers. He's not that big of a Twitter user at all. This didn't blow up. Ethan is schizophrenic and is trying to use this small example to say this is what your entire community is.
You are absolute. Hold on, you're lying, so you have to stop. I have not sued anybody.
Your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators. What does that mean? And then your lawyer says,
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me, what does it mean, bro?
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just make people dance? If they got him on a copyright claim?
Do you want to have a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay?
Sure.
All right. Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, do you think that the context might be important?
No.
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I don't think it's important for some random Redditor who's a private citizen to be sent this.
Which was shocking to
this
even
person.
You.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they illegally, erroneously I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you? How? By posting on Reddit?
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you're
Really?
admitting that you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous.
Really are.
By this understanding, anything that Ethan watches on his stream that isn't a part of his own content is him stealing other people's content. Then that means he should not be able to react or watch anybody's content on stream, because that would be stealing views. By Ethan's own logic, that means nobody should be able to react to anything anymore. You shouldn't be able to show anybody's content on your stream or on any part of your content. That's what he's arguing with this. That's like...
You always say that whenever you, first of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr. Fair
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Multiple.
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero.
Bro.
I have had 0 people.
You're making the hate videos. You don't need to watch them. You make them.
Now let me ask you this. You see, whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
Those aren't uninterrupted.
Because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past 4 months.
I'm sitting in front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said, I'm willing to talk to you. And you knew it wasn't going to look good.
Oh my God, bro.
As today has demonstrated.
I said
and that's
just
precisely
watch
why
the...
you tried to add additional
Watch the
qualifications to it. Like,
video.
oh, just watch my video. Just watch my video.
Yeah, that's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I know the clips.
It's not a biography. You understand
Ethan,
that,
can I
right?
ask a question
Do
for
you
you?
understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference?
Ethan,
hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not
what's
sure you
interesting
understand.
for all the
it's
people
not
who
a
are tuning in
biography,
right now.
Hasan. It's not about the points in your life.
It's still him.
It's about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen.
Very
so
poorly, by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because
And
I've
you
watched
haven't-
11 hate videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But also,
By the way,
I'll
I said
tell
I would
you why.
debate you if you watched it. It's very
I'll tell
simple.
you why. I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you
There
can't
is a
provide,
video
by the
on
way.
my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made in his
You didn't
video.
watch the video.
Do
How
I
do you
have
know
the
that?
capacity?
Because you're predictable and you use the bottom tier
Shall I
shit.
send you a list of all my points?
How? How did
Why
I
not just
answer
watch
all
the
of his
video then?
questions?
Why not just watch the video?
Wait,
it seems
did I get
cowardly.
a
You're
list
like,
of all your
Because the clips that he used is stuff that he has brought up time and time again that he's already talked about. Because you're a simpleton. Because you aren't well informed. You just use random clips. You just threw them in there, not actually knowing that he already talked about this shit multiple times, even without your involvement in this.
criticize. That's
Why
all.
did I have
You
all
want
the
to talk about the
information that I
content
actually
nuke, Hasan?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context.
Watch
Go
my
ahead.
video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about
No,
me.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over sexual
out of
assaults, is
context?
that one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence.
It was from
That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you played with me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally, was me.
Why are we going over this again,
defending the
dude?
likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
cares?
Do you
I
feel
wanna
like
talk
that was
about
an
something
appropriate
else.
way to show that I was?
Oh, now rapes don't care. Like, now rapes don't matter.
What else do you have?
Do you
I
feel
showed-
like? Wait, what do you mean? You
I
can't just
showed
say
you-
that wasn't out of context. That is the
How was
context.
it out of context? How was it out of context?
because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood
What about all
that
the
they
other ones?
might have happened because rapes
What about
are
all the other
actually-
ones?
Rapes are
What about all
actually
the other ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflicts
all the
in
other
general.
clips?
So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
What? Okay, so so you
Do
so
you
here
feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying like,
I think
oh,
I showed
no.
sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's
Wait,
very
so-
long.
oh,
That's
so you
one
do recognize
example.
that
That's
was out
one
of
small.
context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. But or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one?
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other
Such a
things we have
child.
consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit
Oh
wasn't my
my
fan,
God,
that you
bro.
falsely said was my fan.
Criminy. Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait, what?
Oh, so he already understands that it's a bad
Because I knew
point?
you were gonna do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
Okay,
And
play
then
it.
you can
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred,
Pause it for a second.
ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks
calling us in the middle.
It's almost like this compilation of him just saying inbred is missing a lot of context, and it's just him wanting, like he literally has no examples outside of his own context nuke. Like that's it. He literally has no examples outside of this. So he's just relying on his own video instead of the actual clips on their own, where he can just take all the context out of these individual like actions. That's it.
inbred,
I want to pause so bad.
What is that?
The clips that, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist. You're
dude, come on.
You continually refer to Jewish
You
people
are
as
such
inbred.
a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course
I mean,
I'm
talk
calling
about-
the fucking Kahanis Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanis settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video. You looked at
So
a
again,
video, you looked at a video.
Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
Nothing from that fucking clip compilation showed any of the context he was doing. He is so fucking stupid if he thinks that adds any fucking context.
And snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping.
No, they're literally stealing humanitarian aid, you dumb fuck. Maybe actually learn what the fucking conflict is
By
about.
the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right?
They're fucking Nazis, Ethan.
It doesn't
What's
make
wrong
it
with
any
you?
less anti-
They're participating
You're
single-handedly in a
referring
genocide.
continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro.
No, I call
you don't think that can
fucking-
affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that
as
doesn't feed into like an
racially
anti-Semitic
insensitive?
trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking cry-bully claiming that he was a victim of
Cry-bully?
harassment.
He was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybaby?
No, he's a crybaby for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? What is
to
the
be a
bully
crybaby,
aspect?
there needs to
Ethan,
be a bully
have you-
aspect. Where's
have
the
you
bully
fucking-
aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized
Call
on
them
college
fascists.
campuses
Call
has
them
now led
pieces of
to
shit.
the
Call them
fucking
terrible
Gestapo
people. Your
literally
insistence
packing
on
up
calling
pro-Palestinian
Jewish people
student
inbred
activists.
is
You
a
don't think that those fucking
conscious
dipshits
choice
played a role in
in
that on
spreading
Fox News of all places?
straight up
What the fuck is
anti-Semitism.
wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I
Cooked.
don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally.
I'm not defending
Yes, you
them. I'm
are.
attacking you.
No,
How is me saying why you
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis
hope he-
inbred in the process
I
of
hope he-
destroying
All the
humanitarian
clips?
aid, going into Gaza, and then
All
you're
the
going,
clips?
they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I
they
took it
look
back
like
immediately.
Nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people won't
I
see that
literally
and go,
took
what
it
the
back
fuck is wrong
immediately.
with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately. When I
Sure, that's
learned
what this
context.
is.
Do you know
Oh my
how that
God,
works?
there's a lot more.
Have
Do
you
you want to
ever
keep going? Piece by
Have you
piece?
ever? No, it's fucking boring.
Oh,
Oh, it's boring. Oh no.
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke, okay?
I
Maybe I
went
wasn't
back.
afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to
This
them.
con-
And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about,
All
you've
right,
backtracked
here, let's do
on.
this.
Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
All right, this is getting into the Houthi part. There was a part, it feels like a long time ago at this part, where I switched to like my face cam while I was looking something up. This goes back to the Hasan defending Ethan thing. And here we see this, I believe this was the compilation they brought on stream of Hasan defending Ethan, saying he's not your enemy, don't go after him. You know, trying to moderate his chat to not go after Ethan Klein. As you can see here, it's 7 minutes long. And there's been this one compilation that a lot of people who are, anti-Ethan Klein have been bringing up. This is how long his N-word compilation is. It's like a minute more than this. So I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny. Like, there's no real correlation between these two. But, like, he has actively been trying, like, before Ethan really took it up to the next level, Hasan was literally trying to defend him any way he could. And literally, this only escalated to the next level when Ethan Klein was trying to deplatform pro-Palestine creators just because he misinterpreted their tier list. That's it. It wasn't because he was directly going after Hasan. It's because he was trying to deplatform other people who were pro-Palestine because of a idiotic, schizo misinterpretation of what the Sabr Hummus tier list was. So this is like 7 minutes long. And yet it's still not long enough to beat Ethan Klein's N-word compilation. I just think it's funny.
That it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship. Like, you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to
How
get.
much of this, so if this Jewish, or this Israeli guy, if this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care, because I think that even if they even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree
I'm not
with
even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate, and you
No, it
lied on your
wasn't.
fucking
That's
video.
an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying.
No, that is the case. It is owned.
Israeli guys.
I want to see what his chat is doing.
Now, do I defend?
Crash out. Hasan is winning. Hasan cooking.
Their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, you wait, dude. Let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country on the fucking
hijacking an
planet.
unaffiliated.
It seems like it's in between. At least Asmongold's chat is pretty half and half. That's how bad this is, that they're not even like anti-Hasan out the gate. They realize how bad Ethan Klein's arguments are. Like when Asmongold's community is literally like 50-50 on the Hasan Ethan Klein debate, that's how you know it says a lot more about how Ethan Klein is doing as a debater when he's not able to capture his audience.
For a year.
Yeah, they were held hostage.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage for sure.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year? Well, how's it deter Israel kidnapping fucking?
Do you understand the concept of deterrence?
Sailors.
Yes.
How is that a deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So what
scares? I mean, it doesn't. It's what Norman Finkelstein said.
Pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate.
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
It's not unaffiliated, but even if it was unaffiliated, as I've said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't.
It literally wasn't.
You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. But if it was,
people can look into it.
Even if it was,
why did they they didn't need to kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending that?
You know what's terrorist?
You're defending them kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla.
When did I defend that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending terrorism,
this conversation taking place,
and you've done it many times.
I mean, he was defending terrorism when he was calling those guys who were raiding those aid trucks benign dudes. That was him defending terrorism because he's trying to make out these gross fucking Zionists, like Nazi guys, to be just chill dudes who were just, doing charity, even though he didn't know the context to it. And he was freely openly talking about it as if he had any knowledge on the matter.
That was awesome act of resistance.
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good?
Damn, dude.
They're doing
it's not
it
unaffiliated
bad.
ship, by the way. But
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, it was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even, he didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman.
Mm-hmm.
It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved
co-owned
in.
by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected.
It's owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well,
and
you're
now
lying
you don't
about
like
how
that
it's
connection.
I just want this to end.
That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying.
Oh my God, this
is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really,
it doesn't matter. Okay, that's point
but
number 5. That you also
it always doesn't matter to Ethan when he loses.
The problem is more the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailers.
I don't, Ethan.
You are.
Ethan,
you go. Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah. Walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah,
I asked
please,
you
please
what
explain
you
to me
would
how.
Yeah,
do.
please walk this child into actual reasoning.
Ethan, what would you do? You have
ahead.
a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated.
During the
Unaffiliated,
Holocaust,
holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists.
Oh, what? Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So the people
Filipino
that
guys?
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call
What
a
do those
genocide
sailors have to do with
are
that?
actually terrorists because you don't agree with their
Kidnapping innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way. You have
Kidnapping
no alternative.
innocents.
You have no alternative. You call
That's
it a
not
genocide.
true. I
they're
said just
supposed
don't
to sit
kidnap
around.
innocent
Nothing
people.
else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Damn.
Oh,
Okay,
is that possible?
Fair. Do you think that that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then also
That's
turned
great.
around.
What does that have to do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm
Kidnapping
ready. What do you
innocent people
mean?
is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could
Is
characterize
the
it that
IDF
way.
terrorist?
I mean, it's an army.
Oh, he's gonna get an angry text from his wife. Oh, Ela is just typing away, being like, "You better fucking not consider them terrorists."
Of like a portion of Yemen, they're at odds with the government. It's different.
Wait,
they also own slaves, by the way.
We're gonna talk about the Ansar Allah movement's history.
I'll say, yeah, Israel, the IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF's terrorism.
Oh, Ela. Oh no.
Without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power. What?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't
do not know.
That's
yeah,
really
you should try
interesting
saying
because
that sometimes.
in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Bro.
And it turned out that actually the
Saudi
videos
outlets
that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The
Literally
Houthis
the poorest
have
country
slaves.
on the planet.
That's not
they
even
weren't the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it. And you used
the Houthis have
Saudi
slaves,
propaganda
undisputed.
papers that at a time when Saudi
I
Arabia
just don't
was
understand why
doing
you're
a
defending
fucking
the
genocide.
Houthis for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking about,
Dude, he's gonna be in the doghouse tonight. You just know that his phone is blowing up right now, just being like, ding, ding, ding. You did not just call them terrorists, did you? Ding, 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 ding. He is sleeping on the couch tonight. You just know she's pissed.
Country on the planet that just came out of a man.
Because by that logic, you would also be calling your own wife a terrorist.
The famine in Yemen. How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
And their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit on this issue.
Explain to me why it matters.
Like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What, their blockade?
Yeah. Clearly,
their blockade is awesome.
No, why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context puke were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says "Curse the Jews," which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free"?
You agree with kidnapping civilians?
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the "Curse the Jews" and how what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on
how is that
actions
relevant?
and the blockade.
How is Norm Finkelstein's comments on the river to the sea comment? How is that relevant?
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that. Like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
So Norm Finkelstein's clip about from the river to the sea, that's important. That we can include in the debate, but not one that actually goes directly against Ethan's claims.
Perspective on "From the River to the Sea" to imply that he agrees with you. I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
Do you? All right, I'll play
it. Play it.
Okay, and then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim.
Am I not following Sean?
I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
I didn't know it wasn't following Sean.
And by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day. If you
No,
want.
please end this.
I know.
For the love of God.
I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, that might actually have been the funniest thing that Ethan said so far.
Yeah. No, you're right. You badass.
I like that little Simpsons callback.
It's
very odd.
There it is.
But it is a weird dunk to bring up right now.
To a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there
Stupid sexy Hasan.
totally distant people did that to the
Oh, fucking I will admit that was probably the funniest thing that Ethan said so far.
South African delegation?
I sleep in a race car bed with my I sleep in a race car bed. What do you sleep? In a bed with my wife? Oh, not tonight, you're not.
He was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's that's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own?
Fucking. Oh my god, I just want this in.
The Houthis have created.
What is this?
I didn't even think that was the clip that I thought they were going to bring up. There's a clip of Norm Finkelstein literally defending the "Curse on the Jews" slogan with the Houthis. I don't even think I thought that was the one they were going to bring up.
Wait, also, it's still
Don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees. Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps pushing back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across a point
no, it's
that
irrelevant,
you have to admit
bro,
is wrong,
and you just talk.
You brought it up.
You said the.
I mean, with this regard, Hasan brought it up, but for further context on the topic that you wanted to bring brought up.
Homophobic.
All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all it is known
about bigotry
is
of low
fucking death
expectations.
and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, Again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method. Now,
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians,
let's
dude. It's
get
not
back to the
rocket
IDF.
science.
You said the IDF is maybe not a terror.
Okay, what do you think they're gonna do with the civilians then?
I didn't
What's
say that. Wrong. Again, a liar.
So you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF is a terror?
I think it would be. I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership
That's not why.
density per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English, you kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again. His name is Rashid.
No, he's not.
Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family. Because if he was a part of the Houthi family, his last name would be Al-Houthi, not Al-Haddad. Okay? This person you have, this person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker in the poorest country on the planet, who's
not a fucking terrorist,
death and destruction, and spent countless hours.
This has been proved. Like, even Fox News doesn't call him a terrorist. Even Fox News, when they published like the Hasan interview with this guy, when they published an article about it, they even said he's not a terrorist. He's not a part of the Houthi movement. He's not a part of the Houthis. They said that. Fox News even was able to say that, but Ethan can't.
Let me show you
that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen, and in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism. Because the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them, and when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews. So
That's
of
not
course,
true.
for everyone
That is true.
Israel doesn't claim they're doing it on behest of Jews.
it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including Refat.
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government.
Is that the only?
Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting. My point that I was fucking presenting.
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring.
So do you think that Anne Frank, if she were to have had taken up a weapon and fought against Nazis, do you think that would make her less of a like figurehead, less of an inspiring figure? Do you think that would make it less though, just because she didn't shoot anybody? That would make it, that's why she's inspiring?
It would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
Oh, it wouldn't be the same. Why wouldn't it be?
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what...
I think that if Anne Frank...
Israel isn't...
I want him to...
You would call
Israel
her
isn't
a bad
occupying
person.
Yemen anyway.
I want him to keep his smile. I want him to keep his smile.
Occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they have
You say the
known.
Saudis, you said this, why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why
Because
is
they're
it damn
directly
the Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia. What are you
but
talking
I thought,
about?
oh, you see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their, why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, which
Damn
I
the
have
Jews,
said time
curse
and time
upon the
again
Jews.
is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate
That's
by
nice.
Western standards. But if you listen to
Why
Norm
does it
has
say
a
Saudi
clip on
Arabia?
that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see? Do you want to see it?
And let me show you this,
Do you
because
want to
you've
hear
been going
Norm
on and on.
Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this, okay? You've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn
He
the
said-
Warsaw Ghetto Uprising,
Hasan,
Ethan?
you gotta stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video, okay? He says, ready for maybe I read it.
Sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear.
He didn't even play the actual video that the post was connected to. Again, it's just going to his fucking context nuke. Because that's all he has reference for, because he doesn't do actual research.
Pike for a cut.
Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel
He is a fucking child.
Operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone.
He's like, hey, let's actually talk about the context of this stuff, and he's like, no, we need to play all of my video.
Military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this.
No, it's not.
Okay, but hating Jews.
I mean, maybe to them, actually, yeah. To like the Houthis and the Yemeni, yeah, probably because Israel conflates Judaism with Zionism so fucking much.
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is, I'm gonna ask
Who
you a
cares?
question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank
Just
posted,
like Anne Frank, by the way.
If we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're gonna do to the Nazis, would your analysis
it
of
would
Anne Frank change
Yes,
even
of
a little bit,
course.
even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because
you're a lunatic.
She's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're going to do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So
Get it.
after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Yes.
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she did,
she was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against Anne Frank?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration. Good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen who is
you really like to do
years
that.
old. Okay.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. I mean, you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and glazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently partied with the captains? You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
All right. Here's some clips that you haven't
Hold on.
shown.
Besides being wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure.
Here.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, because that's the only question he asked him. He didn't ask him about his lived experience day to day in Yemen. He only asked him about KFC. It's almost as if you didn't even watch the interview and you only saw fucking clips.
Has to be a pacifist. That
Okay,
is your
do you want me to watch
perspective.
this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين مد ايدينا للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يجي يعيش فيها.
This is like shot by a fucking propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up.
Maybe actually read the shit, Ethan.
Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break. Our problem is not with the Jews, guys.
Buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate to show.
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not at
all. He both believes the Jews are our friends and also we need to murder them all.
Okay.
He believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
you conflate.
No, he said Jews.
You
He,
conflate
in the tweets,
Judaism with
said this is
Zionism
what we're
from
going
a
to do to
Western
Jews.
perspective. For them,
No, he said
when they
Zionist.
talk
You're the one who's
about-
conflating it,
when they
saying
talk about
he literally
Israel,
said it in the clip that he showed from his fucking stupid ass video where he said Zionist and Jew is interchangeable. It was not. He said Zionist. You fucking immoral piece of shit. You will burn in hell.
Because
that
he
is
does not
such
have
a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this
he
person,
said,
Ethan.
I
He has
watched
no
it. That's
reason.
not what he
has
said,
no
though.
reason to
He said if
lie.
they
He's
support
in
Palestine,
fucking
then I
Yemen. He
like
could be
them.
dead
He
by
didn't.
now.
You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying.
Wait, what do you
he
mean?
He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then
This disgusting ass freak. Jesus Christ. This fucking disgusting ass monster. Incredibly just fucking gross. He sees a Muslim boy. He sees a Yemeni teenager. And it's just like, you're anti-Semitic because you said death to Zionists. And because I'm a fucking moron, I'm going to think that you said death to all Jews. There is not a circle of hell that is deep enough for this fucking dumb piece of shit.
matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no
That's not
problem
what
with
you
Jews
said.
who are pro-Palestine.
that's not. That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine.
What?
All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care. Dude,
we gotta
Ethan,
move on, bro.
Listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally. I am an anti-Semitic
He did
person.
tweet that. He
Okay,
did tweet
the
stuff like that.
conversation would go.
No, he said Zionist, you fucking piece of shit.
Wouldn't be as vicious as you assume
He literally
I would,
said that on
or
social
you want
media
me to be,
continually.
because I understand the material conditions and
Gonna
what
kill all
plays
Jews.
a role in people's recognition of the world. What their
Nobody needs to
upbringing
feel
is.
I need to
Jews,
fucking.
said. I'm gonna shove my gun and kill Jews.
What?
I'm gonna have this keep playing, but I need to change clothes.
Play it again. You wanna
I'm
play
still
it
in my
again?
fucking like sleepwear, shit like that.
Okay, dude, you just play the fucking clip then. God damn it, just play the clip.
Okay.
He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah, I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. He's
No,
always
why-
too dolled up.
But you want me to watch your clip? I thought no, we're gonna watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you. Stop.
By the
being
way,
so
is this? I don't know if this
stubborn.
is. I don't know if this music's claimed. By the way, we can.
It's fine.
It does matter.
It's most likely
Unfortunately,
not
you're on
fucking
Twitch
claimed.
where
Come on.
stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted
things
is
out of
sometimes
you.
warranted. Where's the
Mr. Fair
link of
use? Mr. Fair use.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a
Yeah.
big
No, I
difference
know.
between.
Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get your
course I
high-powered
care
attorney
about my
to fucking
monetization
sue them
status.
and make demands about how they have to
Does that have to do with fair
release
use, man?
information about their
All right,
their
hey,
allegiances to
let me
Reddit.
play this for a minute and then we'll move on.
All right, play.
فوق رؤوسنا ما في عندنا أي مشكلة وهذه رسالتي لليهود أتمنى أن توصل وطبعا وأشكر
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious
Dude,
to me.
you-
Wow.
look,
Let's
man,
keep it going.
look.
No, I love this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hassan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half the
What was
MSM was
legitimate
chasing."
journal? Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay, great.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
No, you
they're
asked
cool.
me
If
one.
they're-
I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him if he? Why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan?
Do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about why? Do you think? Hey, what was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, lazy,
Yeah,
pathetic.
because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace and they look like a human being.
So
and
you're
not a
resorting to
fucking
calling me
barbaric
racist now.
monster.
By the way, this
Because
dude's
you're
white as
Islam-
fuck.
You are.
What are you talking about? This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about, dipshit? Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about?
You're Islamophobic.
You talking
your
about
wife
this
is a part
guy?
of the IDF. Do you think it's
You're
appropriate
right,
to call
dude.
your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate? Okay.
No.
You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets. Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim are valid
The IDF
military
is
targets?
protecting them, and it's fucking
in the
insane.
process,
Yeah,
in
it's
the
horrible.
process of their
Was
pogroms
my wife
that
out
they're
there
doing.
protecting? Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record, until a couple
She was a
months ago.
fucking yeah.
She was
You're
out
gonna do
there
the Raider of
doing night
Ramallah
raids.
snark
Do you
bullshit.
think-
Go on, yeah. Your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
described
18 years
the
old, bro. She's a
process of taking
secretary.
someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own, living in his own fucking home. And your wife went
Can they
on
not
a
commit
raid
crimes?
to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a
Is your wife a
terrorist
valid
city.
military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist?
She's not a
Ethan?
West Bank settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
She's an IDF member. She was.
Empanada thinks she is. Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You think she's a valid military target? That's
Do
my
you think
point,
she's a
because
valid
there's
military target?
inconsistencies here.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I
Wow,
don't.
great.
Okay.
All right, can we please move on to this the Nakba
listen
thing?
to me.
Let's not, bro, you're making this
Listen to me.
unwatchable.
Listen to me.
Oh, oh.
We gotta move on.
How does this make sense in your
You don't
mind?
understand. I just want this to be entertaining. You're not owning me. I just want this to be entertaining.
Participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank. You say
You don't know
hate
who
the
was
West
kidnapped
Bank.
and for
You
what
say
reason.
you
We
hate
don't-
the settlers.
Well, we don't know who is.
protects the
First of all,
settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
Oh, so it
what
was,
if he
it was
fucking
justifiable.
stabbed
Do you
civilians?
understand
Doesn't
the
that
process
happen?
in which how people are arrested in the West Bank, Ethan?
Do Palestinian terrorists never
They're
stab and
placed
blow up
under, they're
civilians?
placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a
Do
civil court
Palestinian
process.
terrorists
They are
ever
not,
commit violence on
God.
civilians that would warrant them being
they
arrested?
Are
Give me a
not
fucking break.
in the West Bank.
You
The
don't know anything
Palestinians
about
that are
this person
kidnapped
or this
are-
raid.
Neither do you.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have
That's
also
not how it's
served
known,
in
but
the Israeli
that's what
Occupying
you call
Force, as
it.
a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name
for
is Hila.
example,
I don't know if
in
you keep
terms of
doing
my
your wife.
coverage.
Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Is she not your wife?
Hey, Hila, whatever, who cares?
Well, it just
stop
belies some
hyper-focusing
really
on random
bizarre
shit.
thing.
Stop
It's not
hyper-focusing on
random at all.
shit.
It says a lot.
Listen to my words. Listen to my
Oh,
words.
please.
I
Is she not your
have no
wife?
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was
Who
doing
is supposed to be
hold
able to
on.
resist against this genocide? Do
Hold
you
the
actually
phone.
think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
She could have abstained.
There's numerous options. One, religious
Yeah.
exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she
What'd she
reflects
say now
on
that's
that
wrong?
and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do. Those
Hey,
are
well,
real
listen,
human beings
you can talk
that are
to
getting
you can
kidnapped.
talk to her, debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, what? Give me.
You
a
called your
clue.
own wife a terrorist.
Okay, mandatory-
On your
Let me
podcast,
ask you a question.
She's talked
Hassan,
on your podcast
please, you gotta
about
let me talk.
how she went on a raid. She was
You
bored.
have
She
to
had a
let me
secretary
talk. The
job.
fact that
It's
you're just
mandatory
talking over
conscription.
me
It was an
and
adventure
being
for her.
louder does not mean you're right. I promise.
That's literally what you've been doing.
being louder and talking more does not mean you're
She
right. Okay,
volunteered.
it's good to listen to what I have to say.
Okay.
She's part
Is
of
it a lie?
mandatory
Did
conscription.
Gila not volunteer? Did Gila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable.
Okay.
We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what
Oh, so he
what
could have
the
been
raid was for.
he could have been a vicious terrorist
What if he
monster.
killed
Is what
people?
you're saying?
Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being
Ethan,
arrested.
Is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? I don't. It's under occupation. No, I don't think so. But it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She
It's
sat in a
not
car.
complicated, Ethan.
She
It's
sat in a
not
car and
complicated
didn't
at
even
all.
leave it and never
Your
did
wife
it again.
participated in an illegal
Forget the doghouse. He's not sleeping in the house at all. He's not gonna be. He's not gonna be sleeping in the confines of the grounds that the house sits on.
Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like
She's gonna put him on the street.
Okay, fine. My wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck?
No, stop. Listen to my words. If she
No,
were to talk about
my
how
wife is a
fucked up that
terrorist.
is,
Very
as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence, if she talked about the night raid that she
No
participated
way.
in the same way that
Just like
former
Rogan says,
IDF
only
that
I
are
don't
part of
hate
breaking
only
the
the ones
silence
who
talk
regret.
about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope
wanna know
she gets
why? Because I understand
PTSD
people can
too?
change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, we neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
He did not.
You don't understand.
Oh my god, they're gonna get a divorce.
Okay.
They're gonna get a divorce. Keep saying it. Keep saying it, Ethan.
That is an act.
Also, I find it funny. It's fine when he says his wife, but not his son.
Where they were going.
What she participated in is
I don't think
called
she
a
knew
night
where they
raid.
were going or what
she
they were doing.
participated in is called
Okay,
a
she's a
night
terrorist,
raid.
bro. Please, we got to move on.
The
This is,
reason
like,
why,
just
the reason
so-
why the Israeli occupying force, the reason why the
Oh
Israeli
my
occupying
God,
force
dude.
participates
People wanna
in
watch
these night
this.
raids in the West Bank.
No, keep going. I got rejuvenated after he called his own wife a terrorist.
Talking more does not make you right. Okay, you
The
got to
reason
understand.
why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating
participates in
yourself.
night raids
Oh
is
fucking!
to
What?
create a
I gotta
constant
understand what Asmongold's chat is doing now.
sense of terror upon the
We don't
Palestinians
condone
who
it.
are
She was
there
19. She
in
was
their
doing
own
military
land. Listen to
conscription. She
me.
didn't know where they were going
Listen
or what
to
they
me.
were doing.
Listen
okay?
to me.
Thank you.
Listen to
I'm
me.
listening, but you just keep repeating yourself.
The
This is what
reason
you
why-
do.
the reason
You
why
gotta
I
move
know-
on.
Oh my God.
I know that. You want to know why I know
gotta
that?
stop.
The
Do
re-
you
wanna know
want
why
this
I
to be
know that?
unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
I love this little bit that he does. He's just like anytime he gets owned, he's just like, this is unwatchable. We need to move on.
Against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Ela could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to
This
the United
is your
States
big
government?
argument, Ethan?
Answer
that
the
I pay
question.
taxes and I'm morally culpable. I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against
Why don't
this
you go to
goddamn government
jail?
doing this shit
Well,
every
why don't you
day.
stand up for your? Hold on. Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop. Okay, it would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying,
What
I
wouldn't
don't
stop?
I don't take issue with Gila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the
What did she
Israeli
say?
occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him. Or
Well,
her,
I think
sorry.
I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like the problem with you
Yeah.
is that
But you
everything's black
can't
and
see
white.
it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective, and you
Yeah,
know
he's a
for
fucking
fact
terrorist
that your
who says he wants
audience
to
also
kill
doesn't see
Jews,
it, and
that you
that's
said's
why
like
you can
Anne
fucking
Frank.
constantly claim that he is a terrorist, whereas
Oh
your
my
wife,
God,
oh,
bro!
well, it's
Please,
complicated.
I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You made your
Got
point.
it.
You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay? And then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
in
just 'cause-
1948
yeah,
countries
just to give the
that
whole context.
expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was
by
the
killing them
exaggeration?
and including
No,
by,
this isn't
by
a comparison
massacring
question.
them, and then
What was the fucking hell, bro?
letting
You are
survivors
incapable
tell the
to
tale.
answer
Jesus
anything.
Christ. He is getting to it, you dumb fuck.
You're not answering it. You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it. Ethan.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan, sit the fuck
About
down and
the
listen to the history
historical fact
lesson.
of
Okay,
not-
you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. The brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors
does it have
left
to do with that?
tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as the Nakba.
What the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it
leaving
not?
sometimes voluntarily and sometimes
Wow.
because their governments had made deals with
How many left
either
voluntarily?
Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily.
Take
Do
a
you?
guess. Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well,
Most of
you're
them left
lying and
voluntarily.
you're fucking dead wrong. Let me, you brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy One will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews, hundreds were injured, widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the
Can I ask
the
you a
British
question? Just
learned
one
that they were
question.
planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary?
Okay,
Does that
here,
sound
I sent-
voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip. You can play.
No, no,
it.
no,
One
no,
of the
no, no.
most- One of
Does
the
it-
most important scholars on this issue
Oh my
is
God,
an Iraqi
please.
Jew by the name of Avi
Oh.
Shlaim.
Yeah, I love
Well,
it.
God forbid we actually bring someone intelligible in this conversation.
We're convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer.
And so
named Max
let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country?
Why?
Thousands of years
Because they
of
did it out of fear. That was manufactured by Zionists.
and leaving almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that
A
the
few bombs?
Israeli government? Why is it the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return, why has
Because
that
they were being
failed on the
fucking-
Israeli front for numerous reasons? I know why.
Let me
but
tell you an
maybe
inconvenient
can
fact
arrive
for
at
you,
that
Hasan.
conclusion.
Let me tell you an
I
inconvenient
wonder why
fact.
that happened right as
Before
Israel
the
was
bombs
being
went off,
established.
before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes, Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea.
Okay, great. So let me hear what Avi. Okay,
you
so you're
like Israel. What do you
yeah,
mean?
you're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal Party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masuda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar Avi Schleim, you fucking liar.
Hold on. Ethan.
Nope, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Listen.
If all this is true, the main reason for the Exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his
It's not the only book
migration.
he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
What the fuck?
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq.
Memoirs of an
Writes
Arab
about his
Jew.
time
It's the
in
newest
Israel.
book, I know.
He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family.
Jesus
He
Christ.
describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He
My
said,
friend.
we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no
My
longer
friend,
safe.
You are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And here's
Yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not.
This is how old he is, by the way.
Fucking liar.
He's 39 years old. And he acts like this.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay, I can't
Explain
wait
to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass. Let me
I
tell
can't
you
wait too.
something.
And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave
Because
Iraq
it's
because we were
not-
Zionists. We left because we were no longer
Iraqis
safe.
are not Palestinian, you fucking moron, you racist piece of shit. Because Iraq
What?
and the pan-Arabic nationalist
They
movements
left-
that arise out of Zionist
You are
violence
out of your
is
mind.
not about Palestinians. You
Okay,
cannot
so
make
what
this
did the Jews in
comparison.
Iraq have to do with
Zionists were
fucking
the ones
Israel,
who
you
actually
bigot?
fucking terrorized the
You are
Palestinians.
so out of your
And
mind.
then Iraqis,
Dude, you
cannot
screaming and
point to the
grandstanding
Iraqis
doesn't
or
mean you're
Iraqi
right.
government's
This is pathetic.
racism during the
Okay.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
fucking
that?
racist piece of shit?
Thanks,
Do you
Hassan.
think Iraq? Do you think
do
all
you want-
Arabs have one fucking mind? Is that what
Why
you think?
the fuck were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear.
Because
I've
why?
Never said that there
Because
were no
why?
Iraqi
Answer
Jews
the
that left
question.
Iraq in
You want to
fear.
call me racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to
Because
Israel?
You're a fucking moron who doesn't understand.
That's why
that
they
Iraq
left. They
is
left
not
because I'm a fucking
Palestine,
moron?
That Arabs are not one-minded.
Hassan, you
That there were
coward.
numerous
You
pan-Arabic
coward.
nationalist movements
Answer the
that were
question. You're going to call me
sparking up
racist,
all
but you
around
won't
the
answer.
region, Ethan.
Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous reasons.
Because of
why the Israeli
anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were
No, that's all it is. All it is anti-Semitism, because in Ethan's mind, if you're Muslim, you are only anti-Semitic. You are inherently so, because he is fucking Islamophobic, because he is a racist. That's why. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to it. It is pure anti-Semitism that he believes is inbred into Islamic people, into Muslims. That's why, because he's a racist piece of shit.
So it was their. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist?
Because you are.
I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending my
Yes,
point.
you are. They
I've never
left
justified that.
because
And
the
I've
Iraq
also
turned on them
openly
after
recognized-
1948.
Ethan,
You're materially wrong. You're a liar.
recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know hard
To go to Israel because it's the only fucking.
Son of a bitch.
I know. Let's go over them, genius.
Nationalist movements as states were being
Let's go over them. In Egypt.
Mostly by Western nations.
You want to talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan, you don't know.
In
You got
Egypt.
fucking a chat GPT summary. Let me explain to you.
Hey, Hasan,
so you can
let
fucking
me-
not look like a dumbass.
Okay. Do you want to listen or do you just want to add home?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No,
This is
you want
supposed
to
be
talk.
a-
That's the
an
problem. You don't want to
admonishment
listen.
You're
You've
supposed to be
talked
attacking my
plenty.
perspective.
Pot and kettle, pot and kettle.
Shut up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the
not
Jews
just
for their own
1948.
anti-Semitism,
It's
you
not
go
just
right ahead, but that's
1948.
racism. Now let's talk about
I also
Egypt.
recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay?
Ethan,
following
is
anti-Jewish
Egypt
riots and
Palestine?
bombs in
Is
Egypt.
Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians never
got
allowed
nothing to
return?
do with that.
A
They were
right
forced
that
to go
every
there
single
by
one of
the
these
Arab
countries have
countries.
offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own voluntarily.
listen,
These
Hasan.
are completely separate countries.
Nobody's
You
justifying the
are packaging them
Nakba.
together
You-
to make a
No one is
horrifying
justifying the
position.
Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely
You were trying to
racist
downplay it.
Discredit the plight, the
No, you're
running
fucking
of
racist because I don't
discrimination.
discredit the plight. I think
But
you're-
I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd
I'm
they
not
leave?
justifying
Why'd they
that at
leave?
all. You think
Why'd
that,
they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point that this is
Why did they
anti-Semitic.
leave their
You
communities
are
that have been there
making-
for 2,000 years, leaving their money,
You will
their
never
businesses,
understand.
their
I don't
homes?
think
Why
you'll
did they
understand.
leave?
Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine? Do you
Nobody's
think,
defending
do you
the
think,
Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why
you're
the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds
Where's the Ottoman
of years
Empire?
when the
Let's talk
when
about the last 100
Christians
years.
in Western
That's great.
Europe
Yeah, the Ottoman
were-
Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948.
of
Anti-Jewish
course,
riots broke
Israel
out
is- of course.
after the war. Hassan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay?
Oh my
after the war.
God.
After the
Guys, I might be wrong, but I don't think Leftovers is coming back. I don't know. Something's telling me that these two aren't going to do a podcast again together. I might be wrong. I don't know. Oh my god, when is this gonna end?
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully.
There's multiple reasons why they left.
Right.
Okay.
Not just because of anti-Semitism, not just because you believe that every Muslim person is anti-Semitic inherently so.
Countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others
Lie.
were
You're a liar.
the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically.
Do you think that?
I want his eyes gouged out.
And I
just
feel
said
let
that
me.
some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying
No,
liar
no.
that you're
The amount
undermining
that
your own
left.
point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were
Ethan.
forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May
Ethan,
1948,
none of these countries are
after
Palestine.
that
None of these
is
countries.
an
these
insanely
countries are-
irrelevant point. A series
Dude,
of
you can't
bombs
make a
targeted Jewish
comparison
areas in
between a
Cairo
planned
between
ethnic
June and
cleansing
September.
campaign and other
They killed
countries.
70
That's my
Jews,
point.
injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan,
In
listen to my
1956, the
words.
Suez
One
Crisis.
is direct
1956,
violence, planned violence, and an extermination campaign. The other
approximately
is
25,000 Jews were
the other
expelled
is
from
falsely
Egypt.
misplaced hostility towards
25,000 Jews were
from
expelled.
other countries.
So
don't
are you
have
blaming
to-
them?
You don't understand this, and you
Hold
will
on, are you
never
blaming the
understand this, I
Jews
don't
for
think.
getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
Ethan, if you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries
No, I'm not.
versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this
Of
comparison
course not. That's
is
why it's
gross.
anti-Semitic.
It's like
That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked
It's
out for
like-
being Jewish.
dude,
That's
Ethan,
literally what
Ethan, I don't think you
anti-Semitism.
understand. It's like
1,000
saying-
Jews
it's
in
like
Egypt were
claiming
arrested and
that the
detained without
Holocaust is
charges. The
similar.
government
It's like
seized
claiming that the Holocaust is
500
similar.
Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts.
Ethan.
Expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. On the independence,
That's not Palestine. They're not. They're just
Dude,
Arabs. They're not the same fucking
right.
people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an
Sorry,
example.
what is
Half of
wrong
these
about
countries
that?
you're pointing
What is
to in
wrong
the
with what I
time
just
when
said? They
Jews
were
leaving
expelled.
Were
They
literally controlled
Hassan,
by
please, you've got to
English
fucking
and
answer a
French,
question.
by the English
They were-
and French colonial
They were
occupations.
expelled.
What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Oh my God.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't actually
Most Algerians were
anti-Semitic
French
action
citizens and went to
that
France.
caused Jews to
But
feel unsafe, Ethan.
95% of
You
Algeria's
are
140,000
putting on
Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make this comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic
It's
for
like
Jewish
saying
people to
the
get kicked
Armenian
out of their home?
genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
No,
were
Iraq
were
happened
also
after
getting
independence and as
equally
of
dispelled.
Jerusalem.
Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The
That's
pogrom
ironically the
happened as
same
a
fucking
direct
thing that's the way that it was
result of
taught
the
in
war,
the
bro.
past. That it was
By the way, did you say-
necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you?
because-
Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like, would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to fucking
Sorry, I just thought it was
resist?
an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. And Tripoli.
Wait,
Anti-Jewish riots
what's your point?
broke out
What's your
amid
point? What's your point
post-war
about Anne Frank?
unrest.
Yes, I did.
Synagogues
Okay.
were burned.
What's your point
Jewish
about Anne Frank?
institutions were shut
What's
down.
your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
That she's no, I just think that statement was insane.
Why
The
was that
Six-Day
an
War
insane-
backlash.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
In 1967,
My
another
question
Israel
for you
victory,
was, would you
mobbed
hate on
Jews,
Anne Frank
Jewish
if she
communities
wasn't a
got mobbed.
pacifist?
6,000 Jews were evacuated, homes were destroyed, synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism, period, point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of the state of independence, the state of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish.
I hope this is
erupted
over
in the
by the time I
town
get
of
back.
Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured. Jewish homes and businesses were looted and damaged and destroyed. In 1950, 1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when
Yemen,
you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000
Remember when you said you
riot.
weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote him back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists.
On top of
we
this,
did not
Avi
leave
Schleim's
because we
assessment
were
on top of
Zionists.
this
We
is not
left
that it
because
was
we were
appropriate,
afraid.
Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that left
I'm not defending
from
the Nakba.
separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your
Do you not
failure
understand?
to
I know you're
acknowledge
trying to
the
fucking
trauma
clip farm
of
here,
both
but you
groups
don't
is the
understand. It's
reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Palestinian
Israel
self-determination
should keep doing a
and
genocide.
and the Israelis' right to have secure borders.
Zionism was
As
was
long
an
as you ignore
inevitability.
that,
You're right.
there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility.
It's so
50,000
interesting because
50,000 were
Ethan,
relocated. In
the PLO did
Tunisia,
recognize that Jewish harm, as a
130,000
matter of
after
fact. The PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim
what
said,
happened?
quote,
They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that fucking
Avi
piece of
Schleim-
information? So the
Dude,
PLO,
Avi
Yasser
Schleim-
Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who
wrongdoing that
oversaw
happened
the
to
second
Jews and
Intifada?
wanted
What the
Jews
fuck are you
to
on
go
about?
back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so in their nation of origin, as a matter
I'm
of fact.
talking about the
And yet
flights,
Israel was
bro.
the one who didn't
you
want
deny
that to
the
happen.
flight
Why
of
is that
Middle
the case,
Eastern
Ethan?
Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of
I
Middle
don't deny
Eastern
the
Jews.
flight, Ethan.
You
You don't
absolutely
understand.
deny the
You are
trauma.
attributing-
No, you
you are
deny
making
that
a
they left by.
comparison
You try to
between-
say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical and
There were people who left by choice, though. That's what he's saying.
900,000, the vast majority left because they were.
He's not saying that all of them left by choice. He's saying there are a subsection of them that did. Ethan is the one who is conflating it to only being one thing, that they only left for one reason.
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking
Hey, of course,
yelling at nothing.
well, what are you doing right now?
Oh
What are you
my
wasting time
God.
for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're repeating.
No, I
shit
have
that
heard you
have not
talk about
fucking-
it
the
time
shit
and
that I
time
don't
again.
actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, okay, not
Oh my
acknowledging
God.
the trauma of Middle Eastern
Oh my
Jews.
God.
You characterize it like they
have
left.
You ever
by,
listened,
yes,
have
I've
you ever
seen
listened
it.
to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Yes, bro.
From me?
That's
Have
so
you?
ironic that you're saying that as
I'm
you
literally in
misquote
front of
Avi
you right now,
Schleim,
and
who
I'm
said
trying to
he
describe my
fled
position
because he was
that I have
afraid
made clear
and not because
numerous
of Zion.
times
Here's the
over and
clip.
over again,
Here's
but
the
you're
clip.
too busy trying to get a gotcha
Here's the
here,
clip.
so you can fucking
Here's
farm
the
a clip.
clip.
But everyone's still gonna think you're a fucking loser, dude.
Here's
I'm
the clip.
sorry. Just shut up and listen if you want to actually hear my
Here's the clip.
perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay.
It's clip.
For the Iraqi Jews.
He's getting so
Because when
mad.
anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary
This is
tool
not the
to its
fucking
Zionist
clip that I'm
project,
talking
its
about, by
Zionist
the way.
ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel, or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever
He's
safe
so
if
fucking
there
mad.
is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate
you please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've
Like, he has him right in front of him. They're talking right now, and he's telling him what his perspective is, and he's just like, but I have this clip of you that says otherwise. Even though, like, he's clarifying in front of you. This is not my full perspective, but he's like, but this clip.
be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel, so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel, or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted, and that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process,
which
because
was
it was a
minuscule.
mutually beneficial relationship that
Minuscule.
anti-Semitic pogroms did
Minuscule.
take place.
What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
Which is that it's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up Morocco.
Do you deny what I just said?
Wait, say it again.
Do you deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
What? There you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
My case.
Okay, well, I mean,
no, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking chirping on. That was my entire
bro.
point.
It's historic. I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism.
Arabs,
they had
right?
nothing to do. Do you think the
Because they're
Iraqi
Arabs.
Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses?
He really doesn't understand that what he's saying is just showing that he is fucking racist.
Remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
There's
anti-Semitism?
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit
and you're
it, my friend.
participating in it right now without even recognizing that
It's
you're
historical.
doing so.
I mean, I'm just
Yeah,
telling
no, it's
you
just
literally what happened.
historical racism. All Arabs are not
They were
responsible.
racist. Do people never get racist?
I mean, you're getting racist right now.
Do people never be I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After
No,
the
dude, you don't
1948
understand.
war,
That's not even
the
the point
rise
of
of Arab
contention here.
nationalism
You're having a hard time
created a
comprehending what
lot
I'm saying.
of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure
How do you know that?
racism.
How do you know that?
How do you
know that it's
shifting
not
the
real?
blame over to the entirety of Arabs.
absolutely was
at a
the
time
blame of
when
the
every
Arabs.
single one of these Arab countries with
Absolutely.
their
Who
own
else
version
kicked
of
them out?
pan-Arabic nationalism.
They
Half of
kicked
them
them
were
out.
already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally
designing
just
the
in
Moroccan
Tunisia.
expulsion
Okay.
program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again,
It's like-
you're still not disproving me. What
It's
did I
like-
say
it's like
that is
pointing
is
to
hilariously
like
racist and wrong?
anti-German racism.
Don't make an
happening.
analogy.
It's
Tell me
like
why I'm
pointing to
wrong.
Anti-German racism.
I don't need an
happening
analogy. I
during-
need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to
No.
anti-German racism happening
me-
during the
Tell
fucking
me
German conquest.
a fact. Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because
It's
of
not what you're
anti-Semitism in the Arab
saying.
states.
It's
Oh,
not
really?
what you're
It's not.
saying.
So I didn't
that
say
take
anything
issue
wrong.
With. It's the
I didn't say anything wrong.
It's
I
the
didn't say anything wrong, but I'm
comparison.
racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never.
This isn't a
there
debate
wasn't any
between
anti-Jewish sentiment.
Ethan,
that
Klein,
Were the vast
and
majority
Hasan.
of Jews, did they leave because of
It's
anti-Semitism or Zionism?
really just a test to see how
regardless of whether or not they're left or
racist
right,
slash
purposes, is not
slash
comparable to the Nakba.
Islamophobic
It is
Did they
not
leave
Ethan
because of
is
I don't care. That's got nothing to do
at
with what
this
I'm talking
point.
about. I'm not comparing them. And by the way, they're both.
You made that
They're
comparison
both
to
unique.
say, like, to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
No, because
that
people
Jews
like
had to
you ignore
withstand
the trauma
in different
of the fact that
countries.
you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced
But
to
they
go
could,
to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian
Iraqi
Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane.
Why couldn't they, Ethan?
Yes,
out of your
can.
mind.
They
Okay, how?
absolutely can.
Tell me how.
They
How did the
absolutely
Jews
can.
go
They don't
back
want
to their?
And I understand why they wouldn't want to, because America fucking
No,
invaded and
they
destroyed
want to.
Iraq. But yes,
Why
they
would?
could.
How?
What do you mean?
How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed at this.
And by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout. At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews, and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
But they're Muslim, so they're anti-Semitic, so they shouldn't go.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away from this point.
Answer the fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a
No, but
direct
answer the
consequence of
question.
pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries. I have
Answer the
issues
question.
with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the
You
Nakba.
brought that
I'm
up
talking about your
deliberately in your
unwillingness to
context
recognize
nuke.
Jewish plight.
You brought
And
that up
a really
deliberately
important.
to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians were.
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to
Why
mention
would
because
you
it
bring up
really
that
messes
fact?
up your beautiful
Why
little
would you-
narrative.
So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is
You
that
made that
two
comparison,
people were
not me. I think that
traumatized.
comparison's
There was
disgusting.
two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I, unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge
You're
both
all
groups.
lives mattering
You
than
acknowledge
Nakba.
one.
What? That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
Thanks for
you're attributing.
Oh my God.
How am I doing
You're
that?
attributing anti-Semitic violence to random.
I saw on like the little side post, like live channels of Connor, and it said debating Hila
And
Klein.
Arab nationalism. You said that yourself.
Yes.
These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking
Oh,
anti-Semitic
fuck.
as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical
You
fact
also
that you
fail to
denied.
recognize that the Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return
how many
if
Jews
they
live in
wanted
Iraq?
to, but you don't
How
want
many Jews live in Iraq?
What? I
How
don't know.
many
I think it's
Jewish
0
people?
right now, but they can. The
How
point is
many
they
Jews
can.
live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it? Why do you think Iraqi
Virtually
Jews would-
none.
Why
Where'd
would
they
Iraqi
go?
Jews not
If it
wanna
was so
go?
fucking
Why would
great
Iraqi
for
Jews
them?
not want to go to Iraq? You think right now?
0 Jews, virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel.
Why do you
in the
think that
Middle East.
exists?
Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe
None
because
of them.
because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was
See,
backed by a
there
lot
you
of
go.
Western states as
That's
a
the
direct
insane
destabilizer in the fucking
sweeping
region
that you're
with mass
discrediting.
migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the
The
problem.
viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other
You
countries
want to
and
blame.
the
You want
hostility
to
that
blame
people felt
Zionists.
towards Jewish
You
people.
don't want to blame
But
the
this,
Arabs.
This in and
okay?
of itself,
just a fact.
is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and you do that.
That's
all
what the
time.
Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate. That's
And
my
so why are you
point.
blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs?
Because
for
the
being
Zionists are the one who conflate Judaism with Zionism.
trauma? Why do you deny the 900,000?
It's always the Arabs' faults. It's always the faults of the Arabs. It's always the Muslim people who are at fault. It's not the Jew. It's not the Zionists who are literally like, "Hey, we're doing this in the sake of Judaism," making Judaism sound like a dirty word for the people that it directly impacted. That's why he is such a dumb fuck. He doesn't even recognize this. He just thinks it's automatically the Arabs' fault because he's fucking racist.
Did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this.
Come on,
silly
who did
game.
the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim
What?
said we left Iraq
I asked
because.
you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would
Which
I answer
nation?
such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
Wait, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking
Come on, answer,
on your
Ethan.
fucking computer? Like,
Why is it so hard to
which
answer?
country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Do you need ChatGPT just to answer this?
Anytime you want to make your point, I would appreciate.
What is
if
happening, dude? When you already okay here, whatever. You said already.
I would appreciate
that
if you would
already
just
said-
listen to
you
one
already
thing I
said
would
that
say.
It wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm
whatever.
eloquent, unlike your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually.
I'm fabulous,
put every
bitch.
single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Was there concentration
but
camps
you
in
say
the
all
UK?
Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East. None. Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to. Okay.
By this logic, what he is essentially saying is that he thinks Arabs are worse than Nazis. Because that's the conflation that he is making, even if he doesn't even mean it directly. Even if he is not directly conflating this to saying that he believes that Arabs are worse than Nazis, him saying that no Jews live in any of these Arab countries, while also continuing with the fact that there are Jews that live in Europe, is him directly trying to say, or maybe indirectly trying to say that Arabs are worse than Nazis.
Which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism.
No, that's why you have an entire crew of people who are there to baby you and make sure your feelings aren't hurt.
It responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it.
Yeah, you clearly don't think about the shit you say.
Because you'll get caught in those lies.
Five-hour endeavor made you look good. Then congratulations. Okay.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation
said
with me. I don't give a
anytime
fuck
you
about
want,
watching
dipshit.
YouTube videos. I don't know why you think.
As long as he watched a fucking 2-hour video.
On your channel, 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
Videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community.
You
Why the
talk
fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who was
Hasan,
doing
just
it.
remember, when criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for backtracking
when
on
criticism
at least 7 of the
comes to
points.
you,
Maybe we should
you
go
hide
through the
from it.
context
No,
of
yeah, you
one more
confront it
time
like a
so we
little
can,
baby bitch.
continue.
If you
We can
want to
continue
watch
You
it,
cry and you moan.
Okay.
If you want,
I'll
listen,
hold
if
your
you want
hand
to
through all
watch
the
it,
other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying because you.
no, it is
because I
definitely
wouldn't
because you're
watch it.
afraid. Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Ban Empanada, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to literally
watch criticism of me, you fucking coward.
Yeah, because
what are you
you're
saying?
fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed. Without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about
you will not point
because you
out.
went on a fucking deplatforming campaign of
Why
all
did you not
pro-Palestinian
watch Bad
voices
Empanada's
that
video
dared
about you? You watched
criticize
all of it?
You did 110
Bro, why?
Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since
you're
January 31st, 2025.
You're changing the.
It was so
24
unhinged that
hours.
you
Bro,
didn't even
it's-
recognize who you have
You need
become.
to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content,
Ethan,
bro.
You
24
literally have
hours in the
posted
last 2
just
months.
on your own personal Instagram
We've talked about each
stories
other equally
since
as much, bro.
January
Just
31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it. You don't even
if
believe
that's-
your own mania.
Hasan,
Please,
Hasan,
for the
20
love of God.
Hasan,
Do you think 24 hours is comparable to that? Especially when those 24 hours are put together by a bunch of fan channel videos with a bunch of topics that overlap each other.
Significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think it makes an Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally, your own.
Why didn't you watch a bad empanada video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me. So much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me.
What?
And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it.
So it exists?
Fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
The entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propagandist liar.
And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also you don't want anyone to fucking resist.
I've said that consistently for years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
Oh, you mean kidnapping civilians? You're so pathetic, bro.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration, is black-bagging people.
Yeah, that's bad happening. Don't call me out.
How do you not understand?
Bad happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand?
Why didn't you watch the bad empanada video?
You are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil. You're
just
playing
remember,
a formative
everybody
role
watching.
when you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gazans.
By the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do?
Oh my God.
I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do? No, seriously.
Oh,
What'd you do?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris.
She literally said she wouldn't change anything from what Joe Biden did, you fucking moron.
Listen to, unfortunately.
Didn't they kick you out of the DNC?
To that valuable criticism, they lost.
They didn't even invite you.
Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
Who did you? I don't know.
Who saying I voted for Jill Stein? I have
Who did you vote for?
countless hours shitting on Jill Stein. I've told people
I
not to vote for Trump. I've said that Donald Trump is
based off what?
Worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a grifter
you
over
didn't
and
endorse
over
her.
and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you, you kept lying
didn't
to
say
your
who
audience,
for.
and you kept lying to your audience, and you kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never been a moment where I said do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience that would.
You don't have a problem with that.
Why didn't you endorse her then?
Keep saying I voted for Jill Stein, huh?
I said I think because you didn't say who you voted for.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh,
it's
you
an opinion.
think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris.
But you
and
voted
I did
for
not
her.
endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's president.
Know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what? You're fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it.
And by the way, oh my God, it's so fucking. He brings up the Riviera stuff, and he only does it to dunk on Hasan because he doesn't actually give a fuck.
Content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure. Okay? Listen to me. Listen to me. It is embarrassing that you have tried to make a foray into politics, and all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump. Okay?
My allegiance?
Steiny.
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the shit that he's saying, like the Nelk boys and whatnot.
Our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are.
And you still bring him on your fucking poker games.
Fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're defending Asmongold and saying Asmongold is not actually Trump coded. Okay, you're doing all this because they don't. Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say
You
that?
will take help from anyone and everyone, no matter what their background is. You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop.
He's talking about Dan Saltman in that case, I believe.
About politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't.
I don't think so. I think this is like a point of no return. I don't think Ethan's ever coming back from this.
Semitism.
He will continue to spiral. He will continue to lose viewers. He lose prominence, thank God. And eventually it's just going to become a nothing career where he will just become a lolcow that everyone just kind of dismisses off base.
Bad and putting on his videos about you.
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about. Because
he was criticizing you.
And I don't
you're
care
such a
about the
coward,
difference in
Hassan.
methods
It's
that we
unbelievable.
have.
All right, very
Because
good.
there's
I'm
no
out of my
reason to
depth. I
divide
shouldn't
the
talk
movement.
about.
And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never
Despite
talk
you-
about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay? Maybe
Okay,
it'll
sure,
go
yeah.
down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
40-year-old man
but
who
like
needs a
he
fucking button when he has like a little oops.
Did I button?
Is
Did I
actually
button?
the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that
He
debate?
lowered himself to talk to you man to man and try to.
That's
explain
what you
was going on.
wanted. That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status?
I wanted that conversation.
Why
to be
did you
private
lower
because
his
I thought you'd
status?
Be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed. You thought
Drama
Sam Cedar
obsessed.
was
We had
gonna
an
give you
argument
clips
about
that you could
fucking
use
South
against
Africa
me.
apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You brought him up for no reason. You brought Hassan up in that debate for no reason.
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it. You ignore it. It's so important.
Yeah, just because you watch it doesn't mean anything. Just because you watch it means jack shit. When you actually watch criticism of yourself and take criticism of yourself, it's what you do with that afterwards.
Son, how many civilians died in 20 years
Oh my God.
in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think, or
Less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the number is
You call it
far
apartheid
larger,
all the
and
time.
the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first intifada was fought with stones, little children throwing rocks, and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific.
Okay, he turned the volume down. This is really
Palestinians
quiet.
were at a mosque praying. The second intifada, as a matter of fact, was fought with bombs.
Historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto.
Keep going.
We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion. I feel like
they?
with given the
Did they?
Yeah, because the
No, they
apartheid
didn't.
structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice was presented
what's
with
Hamas
the
doing
option
for
of having a
liberation?
sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
On
Nelson
principle,
Mandela, if you
bro.
disavow violence,
On principle. He said, I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner
yes,
can't
that was
decide.
the first time.
He said
and in both
no
circumstances,
both times. He
in
refused
both
on principle.
circumstances, in
Less
both
than 100
circumstances,
people died during the 20-year period. They never, anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do that?
Hamas killed 1,000 civilians on one fucking day.
1,000 civilians. The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases. The civilians.
There was like, bro, you're so dumb.
What do you mean I'm so dumb? These numbers matter.
How many civilians died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable,
oh my
mind
God,
you, and
I'm
400
off
being
by 100.
military members.
I was off by 100. Oh my God, dude! I can't believe the historical
Well,
inaccuracies.
you just made a
You're an
big.
idiot.
You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do think it's important to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence, because he understood that as long as peaceful revolution is impossible, that violent revolution is inevitable. And violent revolution they did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way, it is incomprehensible to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians. What Israel has done to the Palestinians is far worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse. And that is not my assessment, by the way. That is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the, for all of the moments that he was able to fucking see.
You think Mandela said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that?
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan. That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist? In that same speech that you're going to fucking clip chimp.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher.
Who?
That's what you said about
Wait,
Nelson Mandela.
what are you talking about?
Yeah,
whoa, you're jumping off like a
Nelson Mandela is not a fucking is not a Zionist.
To exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure borders.
Hold on.
Coward.
He has to bring up a clip that's almost 10 presidential terms ago.
Also need to be acknowledged. Which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
He didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. What did he say? He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp that you posted, Ethan?
You saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes.
Yes.
You literally did. You cut him out of context because it doesn't suit your fucking purpose.
What do you mean? He's talking philosophically. He's talking philosophically.
We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence. Whether or not he actually believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever.
I literally didn't.
There are numerous instances on
Inevitability, a philosophical warning, is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane. Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you talk about Hezbollah and Hamas.
I mean, I gave you specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was a? Who do you think that was a?
I don't.
Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained militancy,
Violent resistance? You mean
ready
sabotage?
for rebellion, by the way.
Sabotage.
Who
Sabotaging
do you think that was a
government
warning
infrastructure.
to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to Israel?
Mandela felt a special bond with the Palestinian people. In 1997, while still president of South Africa, he said the ANC's struggle was ongoing. We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians.
That Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison because you think
I want Palestine to be free, my friend.
is so stupid.
No,
the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike me, I'm willing to criticize the Israeli government. I'm willing to come to terms with the cruel reality. Hamas.
Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to draw out.
And what part about that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan, I don't agree.
Their goal
with
was to kill
tactics.
civilians.
You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again after.
I'm just saying, Hamas is a bunch of
fucking genocide.
Right.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Listen.
Jesus
The
Christ.
clip that you clipped, Chip, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually? Why did you say that he was
point
actually
I was making.
A peaceful resistance type of guy?
When did I say that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions, as opposed to you said that on numerous occasions before someone told you. No, actually, here's a better way to massage that.
You are a liar. I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not gonna. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're gonna do great. You're gonna do great.
Ethan, you
go ahead and
literally
grab
said he was a
those.
pacifist to Sam
I
Cedar.
never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist. That is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have no problem discrediting the suffering of Jewish refugees.
Is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
The full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999.
When did I call him a
that I was referring to.
pacifist?
Choose
That's
peace rather
insane.
than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians.
Do you think Nelson
His
Mandela
approach
would fuck
is
with the
vastly
Houthis?
different than what Hamas
Do you
is
think
doing.
Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do
like
I think Nelson
sabotage.
Mandela would be in favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No,
Yes,
of course
he would.
not.
100% he would.
All right. Well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's
100% he
mouth,
would. What are you
I mean, that's
talking
literally
about?
what you are doing too.
What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly.
he
in prison,
didn't fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification
you're right.
impossible.
Israel's doing
That's
a
a
genocide because
historical
Palestinians are not
fact.
resisting in the
Less than
appropriate ways.
100 civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
1,000.
800. But also,
I am so 800. You're right. You know
I mean,
what?
it's
That's
seemingly-
better.
It's seemingly important. You're the one who's
That's
bringing up
better.
numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length, and not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay.
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Well, then don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan. Because Israel has killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure, and they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
I'm not. Let me guess. You.
He's like, you just fell right into my trap card.
Did you just throw up a guess?
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this.
Oh, you don't want to do this?
You can tell me, or
Oh,
you cannot.
he's running away.
I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical
Israel was
games.
aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government, as a matter of
Yeah,
fact.
I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
What's that have to do with anything, fuckhead? When did I defend
well,
that?
they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man.
Oh, dude, you're not sleeping in your house tonight. You called your wife a terrorist.
He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on.
Yes, you do.
Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more?
I'm not
You
targeting
wanna
the
drum
crew.
up
These
harassment
are
on
my
the crew?
coworkers.
It's fine.
I have
It's
a
fine.
tremendous amount of respect for the crew. They are what
Hey,
makes
Bad
this show
Empanada
great.
called AB a house slave.
What?
Okay.
Bad Empanada.
What does that have to do with him?
He's wrong. What the fuck do you want? I've never
Okay,
said
well,
that.
you
Why
watch
are
his
bringing
videos
up
a
Bad
lot.
Empanada? Do you think I
Why
agree
do you
with
s-
everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan, I've endorsed
All right, we
his
gotta go.
YouTube
You
video
promote him all the
essays
time.
that
That's a
I
fact.
agree with that I think are very well thought out. I don't endorse
All right,
his
listen, stop being a
techniques or
coward and
methods
watch
or
some
opinions
fair
overall.
criticism. Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will
Yeah.
prove.
No,
that you are not What's that have to do with?
This was pretty productive, having this conversation, having this back and forth, don't you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt,
Maybe I will
anti-Semitism that
fucking-
you.
Maybe I will watch the context puke.
Yes, please, and then we
maybe
can
I will
talk
watch
about it
Context
if you want.
Puke live, as a matter of fact.
Please watch my video.
I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow
It's not
less
less.
fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made. No, dude.
It is because-
What's cowardly
no.
is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like this.
Okay, this entire thing has just been shit stirring, but this
Watch it
bottom
and
part,
tear it up and show how out of context it was.
this last part is literally
Maybe I'll
just
actually
shit
do that
stirring.
to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is, I hope.
I don't
going
know
to
if
be a
you know
great
this,
event.
but the last year they lost $250,000.
I
To
know,
be
man,
be
I
charitable,
know,
you
I
actually have to
know,
give
I
money
know.
to
You
charity,
fucking hate
Hasan.
everybody that is even like.
Yeah, that's why you live stream it and was a fan of it and even defended it. But now because fucking iDubbbz is a enemy of yours, now you want to shit stir and now you want to talk bad about it.
Listen, Hasan, if you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's
That a
fantastic.
fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity.
They did
It's
give
like a
money.
slush fund for them.
Yeah, it's a slush fund that they lost money on, and you were quiet about it until the third one, even though you openly supported the other two. But now you think it's a slush fund.
If you keep chirping in the future.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
But if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content puke.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do
puke,
that. To
and then we
fundraise.
can.
He said
discuss
it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. Donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know
Bye,
you guys.
Ethan.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I
I'm
never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends, like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hassan's was higher?
Hassan's was higher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very.
It wasn't. That's not good. We got to
I mean,
do
I had
something.
120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
We got up to about 100K. So
Well, we're gonna have to do some. These people
67K.
have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
no, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here, and that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience.
Oh my God.
If you think that this,
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Even during the end of this debate, it still won't end.
Try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake
I don't think
hands.
you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You
I
should
will
watch
be
back the
honest on
first
that
part of
front.
this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Oh yeah, especially the first part out of the gate.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who's a fuck?
Yes,
At the end of the day,
I'm sure that
it's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword.
Yeah, no,
It's not a
please
swastika,
hammering in
it's
that
just
part.
The sword that I called the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night, Hasan.
All right, you too.
I gotta go.
You
All right,
too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friend.
God damn! What a fucking exercise in futility.
What a fucking
I
nightmare.
lose my shit a little bit towards the end.
Okay. Okay, thank God it's finally over. We're probably just gonna end it here, but I do want to give some final thoughts before we end it here. Yeah, I'm not editing this. First of all, there's no way this is getting edited. This is getting sent out as its own thing. I'll probably just put some of the ending cards shit in there. But like final thoughts, I mean, honestly, it went how I thought it was going to go. It was pretty entertaining, but also insanely long. It was a hassle to sit through. I have a headache right now. I'm trying to power through this. It didn't make Ethan look particularly great. I think Hasan, again, this is coming from a biased source, and that's going to probably appear in a lot of comments of this video if it does well. Hasan, obviously, I'm going to be more biased too, because I have a shared opinion with his on a lot of stuff, but at the same time, it's like, as someone who used to be a fan of Ethan, this just comes off insanely bad. This does not feel like I'm looking at the same man who I saw debate some like Manosphere guy, Ollie London, Pearly Things. He feels a lot less in control. He desperately wanted to be in control this entire debate, because honestly he doesn't do well when he's not in control. And even with those people that I mentioned that he did well against in terms of debate, like Pearly Things and that one Manosphere guy, the reason why he was able to hold a debate so well against those guys is because he was able to remain in control. You can't do that with Hasan, because Hasan isn't as like dumb as the people that I mentioned. He's not like a Pearly Things. He's not stupid. So he knows what Ethan was going to try to do, but he was trying to wrestle control from him. But at the end of the day, I feel like in terms of how they came across, Ethan came a lot more frantic. He conceded on a lot more points than Hasan did. He felt like his view was very interchangeable, and I feel like he very commonly slipped in terms of his perspective, because I feel like, like everyone, he tries to give a very, open-minded view where he's just coming at it straightly from facts, and it's not his feelings. He wants to come off as reasonable, but when he goes off on being like all Arabs are inherently anti-Semitic and says shit like that, he loses a lot of people. And even though, like, as I did multiple times during this recording, I checked Asmongold's community and what they were saying, because I wanted to see if there were any like pro Hasan comments, because like in terms of political content creators now on the internet, Asmongold is like on this side and Hasan is on this side at this point. They're basically ideological rivals. So when you're looking at someone who is basically the opposite of Hasan on the internet, the Bizarro Hasan in a way, and you see what his chat is saying. If they're not strictly anti-Hasan, it says a lot about Ethan. And the fact that it seemed, at least in my point of view, it might have been more skewed towards Ethan, but I did see quite a bit when I was checking in here and there. Again, this isn't an accurate assessment. It was just when I was checking in. When the fact that I felt like whenever I checked in, there was 50-50 pro Hasan, pro Ethan, like comments being made, I think that says a lot about Ethan, that the right-wing Trump lover and his audience could not get behind Ethan half the time. Obviously, Ethan's chat was going to be for him regardless, and so it was Hasan's. But when you find someone who should be and has been during this entire thing more pro Hasan, more pro Ethan, and his chat is split down the middle, it's not looking good. It's not looking great. It's not looking great for Ethan. I think it says a lot about how he handled himself. Even if Hasan might have not had the best performance, I think Ethan had a verifiably worse one, and I think he did the best that he could do. I think people are going to try to get him on some things, being like, oh, he tried to run away from this. Oh, he tried to... There might have been some examples of gish galloping that Ethan... I mean, it wasn't the ones that Ethan mentioned. I feel like him towards the end probably was gish galloping a bit, but again, I think that was more emotionally charged than actually trying to present an argument when they were just slinging shit at one another. But at the same time, I feel like Ethan showed that he had less backbone. The fact that he called his wife a terrorist, even if it was in jest, even if he was just joking, the fact that he called her a terrorist, that's not good. To me, that's when he lost it. That's when, like, if you were to show that to anyone and be like, who do you think won this debate? The man who was pretty steadfast in his opinions and his arguments, try to come off as reasonable and use context and historical facts, or the guy who called his wife a terrorist? Who do you think won? I don't know. I think the guy who called his wife a terrorist loses immediately. But this is where we're gonna have to end it here. Who knows? God, this was just a headache to sit through. I did not think it was gonna be this long. I thought we would at least have probably like 2 hours of this, but they just went on and on and on, and I am ready to get this done. Hello everyone, thank you for watching today's video. If you would like to see more videos like this, please leave a like and subscribe down below. If you would like to check out my gaming videos, you can follow me at FruitySaur Gaming. And if you would like to check out my podcast where I talk about anime, comics, movies, video games, and even pro wrestling, you can follow me at The Fruit Basket. But that's all I had to say for today. I'd like to thank you all for watching once again, and I will see you